Vibe blowing at the J, got the loud jumping at the bay. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the Benz jumping at the bay. Vibe blowing at my J, got the loud jumping at the bay. Everything I'm on slack.
We've been with the Brazilians. This would be the first.
They wild, I think.
I'm innocent.
Bro, you hear that guy?
Better boss up, nigga.
What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back to the internationally known Wake Up Show. Part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne in this ish. The King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth. Yours truly, the Notorious One.
New world
AKA Mr. Coachellini, better known as the Prognosticator, Coach Stradamus. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with none other than EWF. That is every woman's fantasy in the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO, Nigga of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best edutainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third Leg
was
Greg.
just phenomenal.
Also the man with one trabajo. That is the Mitch Slapper, the anointed one.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the After Pill, the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the Matrix, the chocolated Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer, also known as the man that walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game, but in case you forget those names, you can call me CGA, C God Allah, and I be the 14th time. The monetized champion of YouTube, the benevolent monarch is here. The often right, the never wrong is back. And we got a great show for you today. Guys, today, it may be officially time to stop making excuses for one Shannon Sharpe. Based on what we're hearing here, this is going to be a tremendous learning lesson for us. This might be the case of the century if this does go to trial, and I'm looking at this from both people's perspective after hearing an interview with the attorney. that represent Shannon Sharpe. This appears to be headed to trial for either person, and this could turn out badly for either person in this particular case right here, depending on what happens. But some information has now been leaked out, and we do have someone that claims they know someone that has seen the footage that could put Shannon Sharpe in jeopardy of losing hundreds of millions and millions of dollars. And also, this is a case study into the interactions of the nasty women of America. Okay? So a lot of people are going to continue to make excuses. They're going to do this one-dimensional thinking. They're going to make this about race, and all of these components makes for an interesting case. We have an OnlyFans girl, which is an interesting case among itself. We have a 19-year-old white girl who's now 23. That's an interesting case. We have a man that is in his 50s. That's an interesting case. We have a man that's in his 50s. That's a former NFL player, Super Bowl winner, and current Hall of Famer, which we don't know what's going to happen there. We also have a person that is rose to infamy on social media, garnishing millions of followers seemingly overnight, okay, on social media. And he was going to be the case study on how NFL personalities, former athletes, can monetize themselves via this platform, social media, as I've been trying to coach you guys in the money mindset to do yourself by imparting knowledge. There's also professional jealousy here. A lot of people were jealous of Shannon Sharpe. All right. A lot of people were jealous of Shannon Sharpe's and his meteoric rise to fame here on YouTube and the millions and millions of dollars this man made in a short amount of time. So a lot of this all comes into play. We also have ye old setup, ye old shakedown, ye old tropes that make people this conversation interesting, right? He's just trying to go after his money. This type of thing. These conversations happen over and over again. However, since we have all these personalities and these tropes and all of these insecurities playing against each other, this makes for one hell of a story, and it's going to be a story that many people can learn from. We have possible transaction relationships. We have possible running game at the gym ass nigga. All right, we just got so many things and so many angles that we can report from this story, and this is going to be the biggest story of the year. It is going to be the biggest story of the year.
New world order.
We also have this coming in as one of the latest reports that we're going to cover here in the main event. Reports say Shannon Sharpe actually refuses to view the alleged sex tape in the $50 million civil gRape lawsuit. And there's the buns of one Gabby Zuniga or Gabby Sua nigga and one Shannon Sharpe, the angry gorilla. And if we want to know if one person, 100 men can beat a gorilla, well, we know one white woman can beat a gorilla.
Where the white women at?
One white woman and their ice cream cookies and them uncooked Cinnabons can beat one gorilla. It don't take 100 niggas. It takes one white woman, yes.
Hey, where are the white women at?
All right, so in this case, we've been having conversations related to consent. And consent is going to be important in this case because people really don't understand what consent means. And I did a great stream on this not yesterday evening, but the evening before, on what consent is, what people need to understand about consent, because women, this is an example of the sexual liberation of the woman. Now that sexual liberation is turning back and they're becoming victims. Right. And there's a phrase for this. I think it's Schroeder's feminism or Schroeder's. I can't remember. But what happens is a woman is empowered by something and then later on still can be the victim of said empowerment. So we do have a lot of women that want to engage openly in this sexual liberation of themselves, express themselves, but then they still are vulnerable. They still then have to run back to some man and go, hey, I was victimized. But then people say, how were you victimized if you were asking for something like this? If you were recording yourself? Then it goes back to you old setup. And so these are the complicated issues when you have female empowerment, women exercising female empowerment, and then saying, but I was victimized by exercising my female empowerment. Okay? But if Shannon Sharpe's afraid to look at the video, what does that mean? All right? What does that mean? We're going to break that down later on in the show. What does that mean when he's scared to view the video? Is it fact that he knows what's on the video? I mean, if there's a video, he actually is the one that released the information that there is a video. You guys got to remember, this nigga's got he's digging his own grave in a way, in a sense. He's released the text messages, not the other side. He's released the fact that she was an OnlyFans girl, not the other side. He's released the fact that she was a certain age. Well, that was kind of put in a lawsuit. He's released the fact that there's a video out there, not the other side. So you have Shannon Sharpe with his own mouth using it as a shovel to perhaps dig his own grave in his own defense. And one of these issues is that this nigga know he's on tape. He can no longer deny that there's a tape. He can no longer say, I wasn't me on tape. Like if the other people said, we have a nigga on tape looking like a gorilla, putting his dong in the booty cheeks in the Duke shoe of a 19-year-old white girl. Okay. And he's going to say, well, it wasn't me. But apparently he knows that there's a tape. He released the fact that there's a tape. And now he's going to say, hey, listen, I know that there's a tape, but they're not showing the entire tape. And not only are they not showing the entire tape, the little piece of tape that they do have, I don't want to see it. Okay, I don't want to see it. In fact, people don't know it's not the portion of the tape that he doesn't want to see. He doesn't want to see any of the tape. Oh, my goodness. Hey, Skip, I don't want to see none of the tape. Well, I wouldn't want to see a tape of myself fucking anybody anyway, but I won't say if there's any tapes out there, but yeah, it's not a good thing to watch. I don't normally watch myself fucking. All right, but that is neither here nor there. But if he's putting dong in the Duke shoot of a 19-year-old white girl ass, rest in peace, Kobe Bryant, and you're on tape and she happens to say no during any interaction in that video, this is not good. And a lot of people are still missing the point. Why do you record? I've heard people say, why would a person record a sexual assault? All right. And I'm going, are people dumb? The assault, there was no planned assault. The assault happened within the sexual encounter that they recorded. All right. That could happen. And so as men, and I've been very, very, very hands-on, pause, to try to help men. I've been trying to help men. Be careful who you defend. All right, if I have 15 women coming out, be careful who you defend. It doesn't mean they're right, but, you know, sometimes when there's smokes, there's fire. But in many cases, it depends on how you prosecute the case, if there's true evidence or not that you can be convicted. But a lot of you men in this space just defend men for no reason at all. All right, and just because they're men, all right, they're men, they're lying, and then we're going to prove why they're lying. In this case, I think this woman's out for gold. Yeah, she's out for gold. Those things can be true. However, Shannon Sharpe Goose got to be cooked after saying, I refuse to look at the main evidence. The main evidence responsible in this goddamn case. This is the only evidence. And he put something in his ice cream cookies right here. Right there. Why they pick that picture? This is Yahoo Entertainment. Why they pick this picture right here? Right? Oh, my goodness. Got her dookie shoe all up in the camera. All right. Only thing's not in this case is her getting dookied on. But it happens. It's probably happened as well. She probably wanted to get dookied on. All right. But I wouldn't want to watch myself, you know, all going crazy and then trying to put it in, shove it up somebody's ice cream cookies. All right. I wouldn't want to watch that tape neither. All right. Yo, that's crazy. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Let me see here. Oh, my goodness. All right. So anyway, we got that coming up, but to contribute to today's show, $ the Notorious CGA on the Cash App, Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV, PayPal is paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams, and that is near the top of the description box of the Free Agent Lifestyle channel, and you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat of the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. We got 1,300 people in here. All right, but do me a favor, just give me the likes, don't pass a scroll, mugga below. All right, man. Mugga below, man. Do me a favor. Let's get to 600 likes. This is going to be a very, guys, I know people are like, another Shannon Sharpe stream. Guys, this story is the story of the year, nigga. This story is the story of the year, and there's going to be so many details leaked out about this case, and the only reason why is Shannon Sharpe's fighting it, all right? Which I'm going to tell you, if you're being accused of something and you believe you're not innocent, fight, like Donald Trump. Fight, right? You should fight like hell. You should fight like mad to defend yourself if you believe that you're innocent. And Shannon Sharpe is innocent until proven guilty. However, I think his goose is cooked. I don't know who he's listening. I do know who he's listening to. I listened to his lawyer. And I'm like, damn. All right. This is who you're taking advice from. Shout out to his lawyer. His lawyer is the former lawyer for Bill Clinton, who, when Bill Clinton said, I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. All right, that's Bill Clinton's former lawyer. It's Shannon Sharpe's current lawyer. Shout out to him.
New world order.
But Shannon Sharpe in this situation,
You big dummy.
yeah, it's not a good sight. So anyone still defending him, I think there's a hint of racism here. Everybody's like, why are you with that white girl, 19-year-old white girl? They're using these things as, yeah. I mean, I guess you can keep saying that over and over yourself to make yourself feel good. I never mess with a white woman. These type of things, I think these things are one-dimensional thinking. I think it does make a difference in the case. All right. A lot of interracial sex going on. A lot of niggas at swinger parties banging white women. They never get in trouble, but it is.
Hey, where are the white women at?
All right, we're gonna break down that part of the case later. But give me the likes. Don't pass the scroll. Mugga below. Do me a favor. If you want to contribute to today's show and let your voice be heard, if you're watching me for the first time, hit the subscribe button because you're here with the greatest entertainer, the edutainer on YouTube. But as you guys notice, there's no super chat over here. If you're new here, there's no super chat. The only way you can contribute is see those donation screens down there, hashtag or $ the Notorious CGA on the Cash App, Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV, PayPal is paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And it's near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat. That's what you can do on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. Let's get into it. No government name says, I've seen, what did you see? I've seen guys essentially Bamas over 35 years old in their PUA game and mouthpiece phrase bragging about getting women and obsessed with booty and punani is still, you said it's sad. It's like they're mentally stuck 18 to 24 saying they never will be a trick. All right. That seems to be important to them. It's also important to note that they don't have any money for anything. He says it's odd how predator PUAs in games say it's a number game, but when money comes up, it's different. Money is literally numbers on paper. It seems that they're not just predatory to women, they're also communists. And he says, what do you say about that? This is certainly true. We saw a guy running game on a woman and in the mall, and she said, oh, I'm an escort. Why didn't he go for it? Like, why didn't he run game on the escort? He immediately stopped. I don't understand. Matter of fact, $200 could have solved that. Shout out to our brother Daniel Mack says, mugga below. All right, we got that going on. We got Justin O says, I know Shannon Sharpe head is spinning. Ninja, you was better off paying an escort. My ninja, who believes that? Because we talk about this, we're not anti-trick over here. All right, but people will say, nah, man, that would have been worse. But in fact, he had $50,000 to pay the woman and he didn't pay it. All right. And people say that she was an escort. Not to Shannon Sharpe, she wasn't. There's no proof of that at all. And I'm on record saying he did not pay her at all. He might have paid her, but he paid her not enough. And that's why her ass ran over to the judge. We're also going to bring up the part about the police report. The police report. I'm going to bring up the police report issue here because people will say, I don't understand why she didn't file a police report. We're going to bring that up, all right, because that's going to be important, not just to the Shannon Sharpe case. It's going to be important to you. All right, is a police report necessary in a case where there's a sexual assault? All right, we talked about this earlier last week, but we're going to cover it again. Is a police report necessary in the case of a sexual assault? Like, let's take Shannon Sharpe and this white girl off. If you were being accused and you went to trial, is a police report essential to the case? All right, we're going to figure that out. Justin O, I know Sharp head is spinning. Yes, his head's got to be spinning. And he is, this has got to be one of the most tragic cases. One of the most tragic cases of fumbling the bag of all time.
New world.
I mean, who? Okay. Who has fumbled the bag faster than Shannon Sharpe? Let's name someone. Name someone who has fumbled the bag faster than Shannon Sharpe. I mean, because we know he's not the sharpest knife in the goddamn drawer. And I've been saying that for a long time, and I have no professional jealousy for Shannon Sharpe. I wished him the best. I was rooting for him. I was rooting for you. But this ninja has fumbled a major bag. Not many African Americans, not many people in general have fumbled a bag faster than Shannon Sharpe. Now, there's people that have lost their position. They were already up there. Vince McMahon, that guy that had sex with that maid, he was going to be the president of France. All right, he was already up there. He fumbled the bag. All right, but, I mean, this ninja was rising to the bag. I mean, he basically was on Highway 304 on the bag with no exit ramp. All right, he was like, I'm good. Locked in, 100 million, 200 million. He was like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Oh, man. Jonathan Majors is up there, too. I mean, he bonked my head. He hurt my finger. Fumble bag. And you know damn well, if I get a Spotify deal, you know how many women are going to come out against me? You know how many women are going to come out against me? I'm just putting it out there now. All right, I'm putting it out there now. We might, if we get 2,000 people in here, before I even get done with the fucking monologue, we're going to the main event. How about that? Because look at us. We're rising. We 3 feet high and rising. We're almost at 2,000 right now, and I'm 20 minutes in. All right, because niggas want to hear this shit, don't y'all? If we get to 2,000, by the time I get done with these damn super chats, we'll do the main event. All right. But yes, if I get a Spotify deal, I'm definitely going to lose. I'm going to have to pay bitches off. Like bitches that I fucked years ago. I'm going to have to line their asses up. Hey, NDAs for everybody. Everybody gets a check. Everybody gets a check. I'm going to be a smart. I'm going to get me too, but listen, I'm going to tell you, man, because you got to take it, man. Donald Trump did the same thing. Donald Trump, before he became president, he went and cleaned up his act, and it still didn't work. All right, that one bitch still tried to come out and sue him, and she lost. But I'm going to be out there. I'm going to be out there spreading money. I'm going to be out there greasing palms and having NDA signed. All right, bitch, you know what? You want $10,000 real quick? I'll give you $10,000. Here, sign this paper, bitch. I'll pay your rent for a year. And it's going to be a lot of women, bro. It's going to be a lot of women. All right, I'm going to have to go back in my Rolodex, go back to the script club. I'm going to have to go back, bro. I'm going to be like, whoosh. All right, you need an extra $10,000. I'm going to be the nice guy. Here's $10,000. Before you get the $10,000, sign this paper. Yeah, thank you very much. Here's your $10,000. I ain't even going to tell them why. But bitch is going to be coming out. All right, anyway, wowzers. We got J-Man says, mugga, 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 mullo. All right, that's our job. That's our song. Don't switch my flow. All right, bitch is going to be coming out of nowhere. Hey, if I didn't put dick on you, do not come out. All right, I'm going to have to put dick on you. All right, don't come out and be like, where's my money, coach? All right, there's some girls in here watching me for years. Where's my money? All right, I didn't put dick on you. No government name says, please play that Dr. Umar Doom music ice cream cookies video. We might have to pull that out. Pause. We might have to pull that out later on in the show for sure. All right. The Mozambique Cougars. Oh, there's too many people here. But yeah, you guys know, what do I always tell you? You'll never know who you'll be in 10 years. And this is a case that we're all vulnerable to. And you never know who you'll be in 10 years. This is Shannon Sharpe. This is literally Shannon Sharpe, the living embodiment of you never know who you'll be in 10 years. All right, because in the last 10 years, He's been able to skate freely against accusations, allegations, and now he's running around. And 10 years later, he about to sign $400 million. But they're going back to a case in 2010 on his ass. Again, you never know who you'll be in 10 years. Yeah. Shout out to our brother Damien, says, Coach, why sue him before he signed the $100 million contract? Wouldn't it have been better for her if she had waited until he actually signed it? Seems like they shot themselves in the foot. I agree. I think they jumped the gun. But in a sense, I think what happened was they thought he would settle, which he was settling. So I think now they fumbled the bag as well. I think the woman in this case and the attorney in this case, well, they kind of fumbled their opportunity to make as much money from Shannon Sharpe as possible, because now there's no deal. At least now there's not a deal, but what they didn't anticipate that Shannon Sharpe would fight this. So I think what happened was they got a little too greedy and they went for the 50 mil. Initially, they were going to take the 10 mil, but then they pulled back and reneged. And then they thought he was just going to say, all right, name your number. And they press forward. So I think indeed they are in a worse situation as this case goes on. Yep, that's an actual fact. And she doesn't need the money. Yep. And guys, apparently her OnlyFans is still up. And I'm pretty sure her business is booming, all right, for her. Now, would she want $10 million, $15, $20 million? Yes. But I don't think there's any $20 million anymore. There's no more $20 million. All right. The longer this goes on, the less money she's going to get from this. But of course, she can ride this out for clout. I mean, that helps. She was already making some money. But yeah, man, she'll get some money, but she ain't going to get 10, 15, she ain't going to get 20, 30, 40, $50 million. That's off the table now. Okay. Thank you for hitting the like button on today's show. And it's going to be a great show. Let me do this. We're almost at 2,000 people, but you guys know this is the greatest variety edutainment series on YouTube. We're going to do Doom and Gloom CGA. And if we get at 2,000, by the end of that, we're going to go right into the main event. Doom and Gloom CGA. Doom and Gloom CGA, brought to you by All right, guys, we got more Doom and Gloom here. Shout out to the person that coined me Mr. Doom and Gloom. You guys continue to make money talking shit about your boy. We talked about Intel laying off 20,000 people, but apparently, nigga, please, you work for UPS. UPS to lay off 20,000 workers and close 73 facilities. Oh no. Now the irony of this was UPS last year was talking about truck drivers are going to make over $100K, but that appears to be off the table.
Let you get it through your thick skull that I'm broke.
All right, UPS, according to reports, UPS announced it's going to be cutting 20,000 jobs this year, over 4% of its global workforce, as part of the cost-cutting plan tied to reducing deliveries for Amazon. Okay, I guess Amazon's kicking butt over there. The company also plans to close 73 buildings by June of 2025, with more closures possible. Gentlemen, it's getting kind of hectic. Ay. So they lost their Amazon deal, is that's what happening there. So Amazon said, man, fuck y'all. We don't need y'all no more. All right, we got our own trucks, and we got electric trucks out here. We got our own nice little trucks. Amazon said, we going to cut out the middleman. We going to trim that fat. And so now, UPS, truckers about to go broke.
Let you get it through your thick skull that I'm broke.
All right, so what's going on, man? This is crazy. I see we were in some very, very treacherous times. People don't realize that these are results of AI technology changing the way things are done. It happens right in front of us every day, but it happens slowly. There's not going to be earth-shattering events that make you recognize what this is, but this is just a change in pace on how things are done. This has been happening since the dawn of time, and you do have to remember that how you look to make money and get employment is going to change right up under your nose, and what it's going to take to earn money and make money is going to be different in the next 10 to 15 years. And this is just another example of this. Amazon is saying, hey, we don't need you like that no more. We don't need that manpower, certainly in certain cities and globally. You guys know that the majority of jobs today that we have today didn't exist 25 years ago. And if you just press for, and when I say the majority, I think it's something like 60 to 70% of jobs that exist in 2025 did not exist before the year 2000. Then if you press that forward in another 15 or 20 years, certainly most of the jobs that we would have then, most of them wouldn't have existed in the year 2025. So this is where we are, and you do have to start thinking about this. If you were a person stagnant, content, and think you cannot be affected by this, well, you can. Just like Shannon Sharpe, I won't be affected by this. I'll just pay these hoes off. Well, at some point, the devil has a receipt and will produce it. You're in this situation right now, so prepare. As you guys know, I'm always telling you to prepare for these situations. Speaking of preparing, who didn't prepare? The college-educated women with all these degrees.
And graduated from college with my bachelor's at 20 with a degree in communication sciences with an emphasis in speech and language pathology.
All right, all these educated women who 3 weeks ago were telling you Negro men that you guys are the bottom of the barrel. I mean, they ain't lying, but you're the bottom of the barrel in terms of you not having a degree. However, let's take a look at what's happening to these same women 2 weeks later, as Donald Trump said, y'all bitches gonna have to pay or we garnishing these checks.
My student loan interest rate is more than my mortgage interest rate. And I lied in my last video earlier. I said I had $248,000 worth of student loans. I don't. I have $258,000 worth of student loans. My principal of $242,640 with an interest thus far of $16,211. So earlier I did the math, and it's $1,800 a month for the next 25 years on an income-driven repayment program. If I complete that, I will pay $540,000 worth of student loans where I only took out $242,000. Hardworking people are not asking for our loans to be forgiven. We are asking for reasonable interest rates. Oh. And yeah, I'm hyped up. Y'all don't see me make videos like this. This is not normal for me. Yeah, but right. I've gotten to, who else would be advocating?
Yeah, who else would be advocating? Let me tell you what she's doing right now. Just listen.
I can do some shuffling too.
She's shuffling.
What you going to do?
She is shuffling.
Coming through. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Hey, listen, you're cooked. Let me just say this right here. Send it. All right, doomsday. Now, this is a thing that they're saying for men. Men should be dating age appropriately. And she didn't paint her eyebrows on the left eyebrow, but that's neither here nor there. They're saying men should date older women. But what I'm telling you is a lot of older women are in this situation. You got $240,000 or $250,000. But you're going to end up paying back $500,000. All right, look.
Let you get it through your thick skull that I'm broke.
All right, you better shake what your mama gave you, and this is part of the de-evolution of the American woman. If you can know, I wrote a book. If you're new here, I wrote a book in 2019 called De-Evolution, the reverse engineering of American women due to feminism. And feminism freed men, but you guys still want to be out here attached, acting like feminism is your worst enemy. Well, it's not. It actually freed you from being ensnared in these traps. These people thought they would have financial independence, and they don't. Now she's trying to shuffle for reasonable interest rates. Ma'am, because you have the ability to take out your own loans and open your bank accounts and drive cars, you are now vulnerable to this. And I think the next shoe to drop will be these women buying houses. All right, more single women have home ownership. All right, that's going to be a death knell. And it's not only women in their 20s. These are women in their 60s that are in this issue. Trust me, women in their 60s have the same issue. Case in point, we have this woman right here who is in the same boat.
We've been paying on these loans for 15 or 20 years, and I still owe the exact same amount that I owed when I borrowed it. I have paid $50,000 to my $50,000 loan.
Guys, these are the older women they want me to date. Listen, I love age gap relationships. Are they dangerous? Hell yeah. But what's more dangerous than these dependopotamuses out here for me to get with them because they're my age and they're saddled with debt? They're saddled with debt. 67% or better, 67% of the student loan is owned by women, and a lot of them have no plans to repay it. That's why they're going to garnish their paycheck. And I don't know, any people that are crying about this, trust me, I've had levies put against my bank account for child support. All right, I've been threatened with contempt of court and jail because of child support. I've had income tax checks disappear and go to my baby mama on child support, and I had 50-50 custody, in one case 100% custody, and still I'm being threatened by child support. So I don't give a fuck about none of you American women or people that are complaining about this situation. Pay your debts, pay your shit off, or just say you took that L, surrender yourself to the local jurisdiction of your choice, put your ass in the slammer and call it a day. Or get ready to get bent over and grab them ankles and get them ice cream cookies violated financially because you took out that loan, Miss Strong and Independent. You took out that loan.
I've flown myself to Paris. I've done Greece. I've island hopped. I've done all of that.
You took that loan out, Miss Smarty Pants. All right, Miss I got a degree. And of course, 70% of people who have degrees don't even use the damn degree. Not only that, many people who have student loan don't even have a degree to show for it. I mean, yo, they keep trying to use this as a measure to disqualify men in dating. Oh, I got a degree. I'm educated. But then they over here tap dancing and shuffling, and they don't want to pay this damn student loan off. Pay your loans. Pay your loans.
I paid over that, and I still owe like $47,000. They're never going away. I could pay on them for 50 years.
Yes.
And when I die, the bill will go in my casket with me.
Yes, it is, baby. And this makes you undateable. This makes you unmarriageable. Guys, when you do your due diligence, when I've been telling you guys, these women will say, hey, I'm marriageable. I'm a good woman. One thing they're trying to do is dump debt right into your backyard. All right. And they'll tell you, well, you don't have to pay it off. But what they're going to do is they're going to cleverly prioritize the payment of their student loan debt. And you're going to go throw good money at bad. Because as she said, it's impossible to pay off. The interest is going to kick my ass. So even if I make the minimum payment that is required to keep this loan alive and not go into default, it's still not going to get paid off. As you can see, this is what I call throwing good money at bad. So when people say women are free, love is free, and you have these older women out here, I don't cost a thing. I won't make you pay, coach. I won't make you pay like these 21-year-olds to bend over and grab them ankles. Oh, yes, you will. Let's just say I marry you. Well, the loan doesn't go to me legally. But of course, if we're building a household in the model of Dave Ramsey, she's going to want me to pay that bill. And even if we paid the bill, it still is throwing good money at bad. Don't say I didn't warn you. I already told you that this would happen. I wrote a book on this. This is going to increase the likelihood that these women will die alone and single. All right. And they're going to be like, I'll die alone. Okay, go ahead. I could do bad all by myself. You're welcome to do so. We got more doom and gloom CGA in here. We do have one woman here that says something that we followed up on, the educational system, which does have a direct effect of these people who are taking out student loans. When we talk about teachers are people, teachers are people who can't do shit else. So they go and decide to teach. What they do is they bring their biases in, and these are the people that are training your sons and daughters to be who they need to be in the next part. But a lot of them are damaged financially. Let's take a listen at this young woman who decided to become a teacher and why.
Do you ever want to get married or have children?
No.
Thank God. Thank the Lord for that.
I will say something though. This is going to upset you.
What?
Go for it.
I am going to be a teacher.
Oh.
And I am going to indoctrinate the youth.
There you go. I'm going to be a teacher and I'm going to indoctrinate the youth. I was talking about this yesterday. Why you need to be cautious of teachers in the modern era. I've been working at universities pretty much all of my 20s and 30s. I've been also working at high schools and such. Let me tell you, most teachers are morons, especially these young ones. They don't know shit from nothing. They don't have valuable life experience. Many of them are poor, barely living paycheck to paycheck. Then they are also saddled with student loan debt. And I told you that when all else fails, they'll go scorched earth. And so we got nose ring, we got Lily Lint licking going on, we got the banyangs. not the bangangs. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And we got leftism and Marxism and communism all wrapped in one. And you guys, you legacy guys, when you want to get married and have children, send them to public school. These are your teachers. These are your teachers, guys. And she said, I'm intentionally going to indoctrinate the youth for 13 years consecutively, all right, while you're at work changing oil at Jiffy Lube. All right, there you go right there.
And I'm going to teach them all about the gay agenda. So your children aren't safe from me.
Oh.
Sorry.
Really? So what you're saying is that you want to brainwash the youth of America.
Yep.
Yes.
To live this lie and to accept. Do you want to get? Do you ever want to get married or have children?
No.
New world order.
Yo. But CGA's the problem. I'm the one causing people to not want to get married. All right, all I'm doing is educating young men and men in general to watch out for the pitfalls of this type of stuff, this type of agendas, because they're out there. There are people that are not in their right mind, and the first thing they do is they go find children to indoctrinate. But these are your children. These are your seeds. These are the people who you were entrusting to raise your kids. And are all teachers like this? No, don't be one-dimensional thinker. I'm not saying all teachers are like this. But what I'm saying is there are people in the teaching profession just like this. And they certainly know how to befriend your child. They'll give them candy, special privileges. They'll tell them not to call them by their last name. My teacher's so cool. She's great. And all of a sudden, your kid's turning into Robert De Niro's kid, walking around here with a little rainbow shit going on.
Chill, son.
Okay? They'll teach them about this stuff, and then you guys for 13 years don't know you handed over your kid to the devil.
New world order.
All right, that's Doom and Gloom CGA. Are you ready for the world? Okay. Yeah, some of them put hands on their hips, these kids, especially the young boys. You know these young boys are weak. They will smash this big old girl right here. You know, some of your black athletes going to smash this teacher right there and keep it a secret. All of a sudden, your kid's coming home, and he's had his first wet dream with this woman. Of course, some of these teachers are teaching these boys and girls how to touch themselves. Shout out to the ladies. Ladies, do me a favor. Give me the likes. We have 2,400 people in here, so you guys are chomping at the bit for this show. You guys are ready for this show. I'm going to do some more support, and then we'll do the main event. We'll get into it, man, because I know you guys want to hear this commentary. You want to hear old Uncle CGA, Uncle Ruckus, the sellout supreme himself, give you the commentary on this one, the spin doctor on this one. Shout out to Dorico Jones, says, good morning, coach. I'm sure you've heard that UPS is laying off 20,000 workers. I told everyone when they laid off 12,000 managers that the pendulum will swing our way and to get ready. I've been prepared for this and came to no shock to me. It's time to boss up.
Boss up, nigga.
It's time to boss up. This brother says he works for UPS. He said it's going to swing our way. The pendulum always swings. Okay? Shit always rolls downhill. Shit always runs downhill. So people, Dorico, we were just saying that UPS people were proudly saying that they're going to make $100K as a driver. You guys, that didn't last long. That didn't last long. LLQ Cool C, why do PUAs in society encourage men with no options to build confidence by getting rejected by 100 women? It's kind of like getting the flu, right? You can build up an immunity by being exposed to it. So that's kind of what their plan is. If I'm exposed to more rejection, then I won't be as affected by said rejection, which I've debunked this, and I've used video evidence to defy this particular strategy. And I've used two famous dating coaches to actually show you in real time that how people handle rejection is that they go down to worse women, right? And it gets worse because then those women reject them. So they build up an immunity to rejection by going down to worse targets, right? They don't go to better women. Like they don't stay with 9s and 10s and get rejected by 9s and 10s. They start with the 9s and 10s, and when the writing's on the wall, they start going down 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then all of a sudden, rhinoceroses rhinoceros women were rejecting them, ugly fat women, and then what'll happen is, like Alan Roger Curry said, they'll turn into mode 3, where then they're gonna start disrespecting the women. So we've proven this. Alan Roger Curry has proven this. This method doesn't work. All right, and they are almost inevitably, like these Marxist communist teachers, they're targeting young men with this strategy, and young men often have no leverage. It's the only thing that they can do. They don't have money. They don't have a house, right? They don't have, all they have is potential as a male, and they also have scarcity. So the best thing to do is put yourself in front of 100 women. Now, this method has been proven by great men like Alan Roger Curry, rest in peace, to be ineffective. It actually works opposite. But of course, young men are desperate. They're in desperation, so they'll look more likely to use this strategy. Right? They don't have $200 to get their meat fixed. Right here. So I've actually disproven this. People, we got losers in here. Keep us up. Well, don't be scared of rejection. Oh, bruh. Nobody got time for this shit. All right. Nobody has time for this. It all boils down to men who use this strategy have no other option. They have to. Okay. But it works not as the way it's intended. They're being misled. That's what they're being misled. All right. So don't be misled out here, guys. And it's normally young guys that fall victim to this predatory scam. NGN says, I know a guy that retired from the military after 20 years, surprised his wife by paying off the house and making his wife and him debt free. His wife filed for divorce shortly after and got the house. Yes. He said, the pain in that man's eyes tells me everything that scared me, only if he had CGA's content. Gentlemen, write this down. If you're new here, we're going to tell you what that is. Okay. Write this down because I'm here to teach. If you pay off anybody's student loan, but in particularly what men do, because we see where our value is, we want to make women happy. We want to provide them with a shiny rock, a gift. We typically want to do things like this that we want to, I think the man wants to have the woman be endeared to him for eternity. I'm not saying you shouldn't do this, but let's just say doing this will not get you the desired result. It's called inadvertently raising her sexual marketplace value. Women are always stressed about money. I mean, from the beginning of time, from even the beginning of when they're born till they die, no matter what, they'll be stressed about money. These issues make them vulnerable and look for security. If you find a woman that is not vulnerable and doesn't need money, which are rare, you will find that she doesn't need security from men. So take this into consideration. Take a woman, she says, I make $150K. She tends to not need security from men because she's not vulnerable. Women that are vulnerable normally seek out men for security. If you have a relationship with a woman who all of your marriage, you guys were vulnerable financially. You always had a stressor. We need to pay this mortgage. We need to pay this rent. We need to pay this bill. We need to pay the hospital bill. More than likely, she'll stick with the guy if you guys are doing the Dave Ramsey solution. Still stick around because she needs you. She needs a part of your income. She has this vulnerability hanging over her head. She will immediately seek out a source of security. Even if the guy's not wealthy, she'll seek out a source of security. If you pay off her student loan debt, if you pay off the mortgage, and all of a sudden there is a surplus, there's no longer a vulnerability, she will then turn to the women who have money. We are no longer vulnerable. I no longer need security. Okay? I no longer need you here to pay down these bills, and I'm no longer willing to overlook your deficiencies. Now, this guy snores, but I need him to pay down the mortgage. Okay, I'll deal with the snoring. But the mortgage is paid off. He snores. I'm no longer willing to put up with it. He yells and screams. He's abusive. He tells me what to do. I'm no longer willing to put up with that. And I no longer need him to pay off this student loan debt. I no longer need him to pay off this house. She no longer needs the security of that male. And she has a resource. She has reasons to separate because more than likely she'll get favor in the court to get the house. So this is something that you have to look out for. This has nothing to do with how evil women are, although you'll find out who they truly are when you provide them with these scenarios. Now you've inadvertently raised her sexual marketplace value. So now she looks at herself in a different value. She doesn't look at herself as less than because she's laden, saddled with debt. All right, she looks at herself as, oh shit, I could go shopping. I have a house. I have security. And she's no longer needed. So watch out for this. Watch out for this. This is not just something that women do. All humans do this. But in relationship, because we're talking about relationships, if you do this for a woman, she'll do this. This is like buying her titties. This is like giving her the lap band surgery, right? This is like giving her the tummy tuck. This is like giving her the nose job, all right? You do this, you've raised her marketplace, and now someone else is enjoying them titties. Someone else is enjoying that BBL. Somebody else is enjoying them abs on that mommy makeover. Someone else is enjoying the fact that she has a nose job. This is typically what happens. So watch out for this right here. Don't be the good guy. Don't be the good guy. Men often trying to be the good guy, trying to prove something. But Rich from H-Town says, every time I look up, there's new accusations. I have a son and a nephew. And although I don't want to scare them away from women, I am fearful a good girl will ruin their lives with BS allegations. Yeah. Men are all vulnerable to this. And one thing that people do, and men do this as well. Men, it's your turn. Men, you try to separate and compartmentalize good women from bad women. And because we're kind of risk adverse to women who are predatory, prostitutes, escorts, OnlyFans girls, whores, we're risk adverse to them. All right, no, I don't want to deal with them. I can clearly see those are the bad girls. So what you do is you'll go to the good girls, which good girls are just bad girls who've never been caught. You'll go to the good girls. And these good girls will say, I'll never make a man pay for sex. I'll never make a man pay for a subscription to OnlyFans. I'll never charge a guy for a conversation. I'll never ask him for a cash app. She's the good girl. So men will go, hey, it's an obvious choice. I'll go for the good girl. However, free women cost the most. Type this down if you're the first time watching me, because I know we got a lot of first time viewers. Free women cost the most. You're going to spend way more money on a free woman than you are going to spend on a paid woman. Just because she didn't charge you for the date don't mean there ain't no charge, nigga. That doesn't mean it's about to be free. This is called a lost leader. All right, that is a lost leader performance. And there's some hidden goddamn fees once you get in there. Everybody that has ever bought an appliance knows this. You bought a printer, you bought anything. They will sell the printer for $89, but every time you need ink and paper and a repair, should be $89, $90, $8 for a tab of paper. That's called the hidden fees. So free women cost the most. It's going to be in the long run way more expensive. She just didn't charge you up front. There's a trial period. Then all of a sudden they tag in your credit card. And all of a sudden you look, where did $59.99 come from? Oh, remember 2 months ago when you got that free trial? Lost leader. This is a great sales tactic. It's a great sales tactic. Everything is, I know people just want to wrap it up with love and all this stuff. I look at everything as a sales tactic. A woman can charge you up front, or you can pay high on the back end. Which one you want? But there's no such thing as good and bad girls. This is, again, one-dimensional thinking for men primarily who are looking for women to validate them. Oh, she didn't charge me, so I must be special. Nigga, do you apply that to fucking Epson? Do you go to Office Depot and say, damn, I got a great discount on this printer? Wait till you run out of ink. Okay? And now you at Office Depot looking at ink, because before you left, when you bought that printer, you never had to buy ink. So you said $59 printer, I'm good. Now you got to buy paper and toner and ink, and you took your ass back there And now you're like, oh shit, this costs way more than the printer. Way more than the printer. Just the paper and the toner and the ink gonna cost way more than the printer itself. So was it free? Was it a discount? No, it wasn't. So guys will use that cope or trope to say, hey, listen, the good ones don't charge. The good ones actually pay. And that's not true, all right? It's not true. But by then, they got you. They got you. All right, anyway. Wait.
Gotcha, bitch.
By then, you have to buy the ink. Like, for instance, if you bought the printer, can you not buy ink now? Can you just be like, I'll just continue to use the printer without the ink? Okay? No, you have to buy the ink. Or you have to buy a new printer that comes with free ink. You have to buy the ink. You'll be like, I'll just go to FedEx, the FedEx store and just print it off $150 a copy. You have to buy the ink now. Same thing with the woman. She gave you 2 months free pussy. Now all of a sudden you used to it. This happened to Shannon Sharpe. Now she says $25K a cheek. What are you gonna do? Go get you a new woman to shove it up her Duke chute? All right, or you're gonna shove it up her Duke chute for $25K a cheek. Like, you got to stay with the woman. She's already got you locked in and got your dick wet, and now you're good. And now she starts telling you, you got to take me to Ruth's Chris. And you're like, all right, what's Ruth's Chris? It's just one Ruth's Chris. I've been getting all this free punani. I guess I'll take her to Ruth's Chris. You have to take her to Ruth's Chris, right? So this is what happens to guys. They don't realize they're being sold. And she just raises the price along the way. And it becomes small, all right? 200 here, 300 here, and now it starts increasing. Don't put a baby in her birth canal. Now that's hundreds of thousands of dollars. Okay? Okay, anyway. We got MC Hamster Shay Shay put a $30K limit on his daughter's wedding, but 304s don't deserve any money. Men, we got to do better. We got to do better. We got to do better in this conversation. I've been challenging this space for a long time to look at things pragmatically. Men aren't budging, but of course, they're not improving their position at the same time. Guys, when it comes to women, I don't care how you deal with them, they all cost. If you have a daughter, how old is Shay Shay's daughter? She's got to be, I would say 25. Apparently, people are trying to show me videos of him putting his hands on his daughter. I'm not going that far. I'm not a low-life content creator. But I do need you to hit the like. But now he has a daughter getting married. And as we see, his daughter's costing him money. But of course, he put a cap on it, $30K. But he was about to pay $25K a cheek. At least he was actually charged that. And now he's about to pay $10 million. But the daughter can't get nothing but $30K. Okay, guys, women cost. I don't know why men keep trying to fight me on this one. Women have a cost inherently. And I don't care how much. I think what screws guys up is that they believe because women earn their own money, that they would somehow pony up money for men. Right? And some small percentage of men get women to trick on them. So then guys think, oh, okay, I'll go for those type of women. Those women are few and far between, and they don't do it for very long. It's not a good long-term strategy. But for some reason, American men, you weak piece of shit males, you guys think because women make their own money that you're entitled to it. You think that there's an obligation for women to contribute money in a relationship. Let me tell you something, and I'll break this down. This is what's causing the 80-20 rule to go expeditiously to 90-10. This is the qualifications, and I have to review a lot of new shit because we have a lot of new viewers here. We'll get to the main event. I got a couple more chats. Here's what you have to understand about women and money and duty. They have never had an obligation to provide for the entire family in the history of time. Now, they went from earning no money to little money to supplemental income to now primary income and breadwinners. But you cannot find many women that pay for the entire ship, meaning that they support a stay-at-home husband and children. In fact, when it comes to measuring a person's income, man versus woman, if you say a man is broke, it is because he can't afford himself and her and possibly others, children, stepchildren, and so forth. A man's measure of broke means that he can't afford him, her, and possibly others, her children or their children together, and possibly, if they're Asian, family members. Now, a woman is not considered broke in that definition. She is never considered broke in that definition. In fact, she will brag that she's able to support herself and say she's not broke. Okay? Okay? You see that? Do you see what happens here? Do you see the difference in how men and women are measured? A woman's never broke if she can't, like, there's no definition. What's the definition of a woman who can't support her man and their kids? There is no definition of that. But there is one for men. In fact, if a man is only able to support himself, he's still broke. He's still broke. And that's the way it goes. Okay? He's still broke. Oh, he's able to support himself. Oh, he can't support nobody but himself. But when it comes to woman, she can do the bare minimum of what a man's required and still be considered not broke. She can still be considered economically salvable. Do you see the difference? That's why I don't understand why men think women at some point will chip in evenly. They're not going to do it. Some women will, most women won't. So that's kind of how it works. And so when men understand that, they're going to get a different perspective of how relationships going to work. All right, but anyway, shout out to our brother. It is Cheddar. I can't pronounce that, but we'll call you Cheddar. Shout out to Cheddar TY or Cheddar Ty. That's what I'll call you. That's what I'll call you. And Jose says, I'm an officer in the Navy. I only mess with foreign women outside of the U.S. because I am scared that 10 years from now, I could be trying to run for Congress. And guess what? It'll be Undertaker Bill. Anybody that wants to be ambitious, any man who wants to be ambitious, press 1 if you're an ambitious male. Like, I want to be rich, coach. Press 1. I want to be successful. I want to be wealthy. I want to be well off. I want to be rich. I want to have $10 million liquid. Press 1 in the chat if you want to be that. Now, if you say yes to that, you better be sure you're careful of how you're treating the women in your life right now. Be very careful of how you're treating the women in your life right now. You want to be that in 10 or 15 years, 20, 30 years? Be careful of how you're treating the women in your life right now. Because if you are not, any one of these women, ask Brett Kavanaugh, any one of these women can come back like the ghost of Pussy Pass. You better be careful how you're treating women. This is why I laugh at these game ninjas. I'm like, these niggas ain't going to be nobody in 10 or 15 years anyway. They're still going to be pitching game course cold approach. They're going nowhere anyway. These are losers and loser mindset niggas and broke niggas. They going nowhere. So they could just do that and ruin their reputation. Remember, reputation means a lot. Like, people who care about their reputation care about how they interact with people. People who don't care about their reputation, they don't care how they interact with people. These are two distinct men. So a person that never cares about their reputation can do shitty things in public. They can fight in the stands at the football game. They don't care about their reputation. They have no reputation that precedes them. They have no essence, no aura. These people don't care. So if they get rejected in public by 100 women and those 100 women see them in public in 5 years, nothing has changed about that guy. He's a loser. He's still a loser then. He's a loser now. But a guy that cares about his reputation can ill afford to publicly put himself out there and get rejected, because in 5 years, he could be standing up in front of a group of people, and then 100 women could go, hey, that guy, okay? That guy right there, the manager, the CEO, the president, the congressman, the guy on YouTube, he did X, Y, and Z. So reputation is important when you distinguish your dating strategy. If you're a nigga that just have plaque in his teeth and you got crooked teeth and you're never going to be anybody, well, you can go out there and do loser shit. You can go out there and fight in the stands at a football game. You can do that shit. What do you have to lose? You're going to be the manager at Jiffy Lube at best. But you're looking to be a manager, CEO, your own business, an entrepreneur, YouTube personality, a celebrity, a mayor, a senator. You have to think about how you're conducting yourself for the next 10 to 15 years, because that's what men do. Guess what it's time for? The main event already. You're looking at the best entertainment on YouTube. Do me a favor. Hit the like button. We're going to give you some very, very big social insight here. They call me the junior college sociologist here. I am the master of the age gap. I am the person with the best sociology, anthropology, and psychology on YouTube. Gentlemen, I educate you on how things work, not how they should be. Most people tell you how they should be. It should be like this. It should be like that. I'm not one of these guys. I don't beat the Bible and thump the Bible. I don't tell you to say your prayers. I just say Adams 3:16 tells you I know what I'm talking about. I tell you things how they are. I'm not one of these guys trying to drag shit back to the 90s and the 50s. I tell you where things are going to be in the year 2032. Now, you can deny me, but I've been batting 1,000. I'm never wrong. And what guys have to understand is we just live in a new time, in a new era. The monetized dating marketplace is here in a variety of ways, whether you're getting charged up front or on the back end, it's here. So you can participate in it or you can't. I give you that choice. You can make your choice on how you participate. But what I don't do is say women should do this and men should do that. I don't play that game. In this case, what people don't realize is that the old red pill tropes are dead. The coping and the troping is gone. The shame, blame, and explain, shout out to Ty City and Ramil, is gone. Shout out to Solo TV 84. They warned you about 3 or 4 years that we would be here. And we're here. All this, women going to hit the wall and they're going to regret their decisions and they're going to go to hell and they're whores. And all of that is gone. People have no shame anymore. Shame is dead. I told you that in 2021 on Fresh and Fit. There's no more shame and it ain't coming back. It ain't coming back for men or for women. Now, let me play a clip of a OnlyFans woman who has been successful over the last few years, who appeared on Fox Snooze.
New world order.
What guys think is that the good girls are of the devil and the bad girls are of God. But sometimes the bad girls are of God and the good girls are of the devil. Okay? And here we got one woman. Her name is, we're just going to call her Sophie, because I don't promote OnlyFans model here, unlike other red pill content creators who promote OnlyFans girls to their incel audience. But in this situation here, we have an OnlyFans girl, and she says this: God is happy for my success. Yes. Oh, yes. There's no more shame. All right, her name's on the screen, but I didn't mean to do that. She made over $43 million allegedly on OnlyFans last year. And this can be confirmed. She said God is happy for her success. Ladies and gentlemen, this is called the spectrum. This woman also, as I warned you about, says she attends church. So, yes, so much for meeting girls in church. Let's go ahead and play the clip before we get to this information here. But we got to break this down. Sophie saying God is happy for her success.
I have a very close relationship with my church. And I love God. Like I believe that he will forgive your sins for anything. And I think that he's happy that I'm successful. I do like a little video call because I'm currently living in Miami, but I used to live in Tampa. And that's like my home church. I love that church so much. And my pastor that is there, I can't listen to another pastor. So I watch like the little Sunday video thing that they do because they live stream it on Facebook. Very strong. I have a very close relationship with my church. And I love God. Like I believe that he will forgive.
Yeah. Looking off and to the right, which means she's pulling shit out of her ass. She don't believe this, but maybe she does. All right, I don't know what she believes, but this is our reality, all right? And Deacon Clap Cheeks approves of this. I'm pretty sure her deacon board, Deacon Clap Cheeks, Pastor Pork Chop, they all approve of her, Sophie, as well. They'll tell her they'll lay his hands all over them itty-bitty titties, or I think she has big titties, I'm not sure. They'll lay his hands on that forehead and them breasts as well. All right, and so maybe the deacon board is laying hands on this young woman. So when you look at where the direction of things are going, a lot of men think they're just going to talk to these girls and scare them out of throwing their pussy wide open on the Instagram and OnlyFans. It's not gonna happen, guys. You moral crusaders are wasting your time as men. This is why we give you the free agent lifestyle. You're wasting your time. Okay, a lot of you guys are wasting significant amount of time arguing with these women on the internet, telling them about themselves, explaining that they're gonna. Guys, it don't matter, bro. You need the free agent lifestyle. Let it go. And what men want to do is they want to constantly think that this shame is going to bring these women crawling back on their knees. Nah, they're going to get shoved on their knees by niggas that want to shove them on their knees. All right, so that's what they want to do. They're making a choice. Let it go. Let it go. All right, all of this moral crusading in this space has got to die, but hey, listen, it won't. I'll just be the leader of it, and I'll be sitting back 3 years from now telling you I told you so. All right, so let's get into this conversation here. Shannon Sharpe, you guys know it. I don't even have to explain it, but you guys know the bullshit that he's in. He's in some deep, deep doo-doo. He's in some deep doo-doo. His latest doo-doo that he's in is allegedly he stuck his pipe in the doo-doo of a woman here, and the woman's name is Gabby. $50 million civil lawsuit. We're going to talk about why it is a civil lawsuit and is a criminal lawsuit necessary for a civil lawsuit to proceed forward, and all of that in the bag of chips ahoy. Apparently, there's a videotape that Shannon Sharpe has released. I mean, he didn't release the tape, but he released the idea that there was a video. All right, to the public, because the public, it was in a lawsuit, but the public didn't know about this video. The fact that he knew about this video and told the public about it lets you know that he was aware that he doesn't look good on this video. But he says there's going to be an edited part that is going to make him look terrible, that is going to probably sway the public opinion about him. And obviously, since he's depending on sponsors and he at the time worked for the mouse, he could ill afford for that video to press forward. This is why he engaged in settlement talks in this extortion case. And so as she set him up, we are acknowledging this in this situation, she still says she is victimized because she didn't consent to a certain activity on that video. Now, people are still going to shuffle and say, well, she's an OnlyFans girl. She asked for abuse. We did a consent stream to let you guys know, to educate you that even though she consented, even though that she's an OnlyFans girl and you look negatively upon her, that doesn't mean she can't be violated. And in the video, people are assuming that she wanted to be violated so she could get $50 million. I don't agree with that. I do agree that she set them up, and I do agree that they recorded themselves like they normally do. But in the recording, the ninja went monkey gorilla, and he put the banana in the tailpipe and violently assaulted her. Even though she's an OnlyFans girl, even though she asked for abuse, I don't think. And Shannon Sharpe put out text messages to confirm that this was the sentiment. Hey, I wanted you to abuse me. However, you went too far. I wanted you to use a condom before you put it up my ice cream cookies. Okay, so these all things can be true. She recorded it. Did she intend to set him up? Possibly. But she recorded the sex act. Did she intend him to go raw in the Duke shoot? No. He chose to go raw in her Duke shoot. You got to remember, Shannon Sharpe made the choices in this situation to get set up. He made the choices to have it recorded. He did not deny it to be recorded. They had recorded previous. He made the choice to put the banana up the tailpipe, allegedly without the condom. Now she has a lawsuit. So in a consent model, she could still be right, even though she's asking to be abused. She could still be right, even though she's an OnlyFans girl. Now, can he go to jail from this? We'll talk about that. But this doesn't help. Remember, all of the things that you've defended this man for, when you get more details, it looks more sketchy on the guy. Latest report, allegedly, Shannon Sharpe refuses to view the sex tape in the $50 million civil case. Not only did he try to negotiate out of having this information leaked to the public by offering her up to $10 million, he now is trying to not have himself view the tape. Now, that is suspicious. That is bad. This is according to lawyers in this case. He won't view the key evidence, the only evidence that could sink him. The only evidence that could sink him. Now, not that I like to watch myself fuck on film. I call it film. I'm an old guy. We call it tape. And these people are calling it tape too, so I don't feel so old. It says video here. It says tape here. We used to record these on tape. But it is not a good look for him to say, I refuse to look at the entire key evidence. Now, if you're accused of a crime and there is one key evidence that could exonerate you, wouldn't you want to look at it? Right? When you want to look at it, well, if you are not in control in that situation and you don't want to really see how you acted, maybe you don't want to look at it. But if this is the tape that can get you off, I'm going to look for it. Let me see here. Let me see where y'all edited it here. Let me see. All right, but if you're embarrassed by this, and this is the one thing that can get you off, but you refuse to acknowledge anything that happened in it, this is not good. Why is it not good? Why is it not good? Well, let's take a look at what's happening here. We have Lord Jamar of the former rap group Brand Nubian. He's appeared on the Art of Dialogue channel, which is a very good channel that interviews people in the music industry and actors and entertainers, primarily targeting African American and minorities. It is similar to Vlad TV. Lord Jamar, who is a former 5% Nation of Islam, he definitely doesn't like pork or fucking and fornicating with white women. You would assume Lord Jamar, in his controversial opinion, he definitely doesn't like stuff up the Duke shoot either, pause. You would think Lord Jamar would be on Shannon Sharpe's side. However, he has possibly someone in the know that has seen said video. We're going to hear the commentary from Lord Jamar about the video in question and his opinion on this video. Remember, everything is just an expressed opinion. Here we go. Fair use.
But then I'm hearing that there's a tape that's out there. Now, I haven't seen this tape, but someone that I know says they have seen this tape. They said, and in this tape, apparently he is choking this girl and railing her from the back. You know what I mean? And I don't think it was from the back in the kitty cat.
Oh, the humanity.
I think he was hitting her in the shitter.
Hey, yo, chill, son.
And he was choking her or some shit in the video. Now, from what I hear, he's saying that there's a longer piece to the video, and I guess maybe it shows that she's with that shit. I don't know, but my man who said he saw it says it didn't look good. It don't make him look good.
Now, let's go back just with that piece of information that people have all kind of conspiracy theories, and Lord Jamar is liable to say something that is not true. But of course, a lot of people were saying things about the R. Kelly tape, and they saw it when people weren't supposed to see it. Okay. And they were like, yeah, we saw it. How did you see it? Some people have the hood. They have the hood way to see it. But even Lord Jamar is saying a person he knows saw the tape and said it doesn't look good, to the point that even Shannon Sharpe doesn't want to see it. Okay? He doesn't want to see it because at that point, it's like, yeah, gosh, if this gets out, this could really ruin my reputation. Now, at this point, it probably wouldn't ruin his reputation. And I would proceed to say maybe you get some sponsorships, possibly for Magnum condoms, ball gags, chains and whips, lube. All right. Maybe he can pivot and then start making some content related to that. And maybe doing some safe BDM instruction, wearing masks, all right, dominant culture, I don't know. All right, maybe he should pivot. But he's saying, Lord Jamar saying, yeah, bruh is cooked based on what's on that video. Bruh is cooked. And so if, in fact, and I think he's going to go further, if, in fact, there was a period of non-consent, which there can be, this is what I want men to understand. Just because she says yes to this doesn't mean it's yes to anything. All right, she can still draw the line at any point during that interaction. She can tell you to stop. All right, stop. No, that's an automatic stop, even though she's role-playing. Let's say she's setting him up, which we know that could, that 9 times out of 10, this is the case. Even though she's setting him up, she could say, I'm going to set him up to switch consent in the middle of the act. Even if it's a setup and he still proceeds, he's wrong. He's wrong, even though if it's a setup, all right, that people keep going back to, like you guys are in the 3rd grade. Even though it's a setup, she could have set up that exact same scenario knowing that he was going to want to go raw in the tailpipe. And she was like, I'm going to record him, making sure everybody sees that he's liable to do this. And then she says, no. And he proceeds to go, and she probably fought for her life screaming it. And then guess what? Cook, no matter what. No matter if she set it up, no matter if it went on, and normally this is what he did, she normally accepts it. Although in her case, she's saying there was only 2 times that he's done this. He exposed the text that showed that she was concerned about this after the fact. Even though it was a setup, he said, I'll call you later. So the scenario that Lord Jamar is bringing up is that, oh, okay, even people in the know knows that it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. Let's continue here. Fair use.
Yeah, I don't know how they was able to see it, but they seen a clip of it. And told me it wasn't a good look for Mr. Sharpe.
It wasn't a good look. If people say they should have a safe word, they probably did. See, we're making a lot of assumptions here, and unfortunately that's the case. Maybe they did have a safe word. We don't know if they didn't or not. And so if they did have a safe word, she's saying no matter what, he still ran the red light. No matter what, he still went to the chocolate factory. No matter what, he still continued to violate. Not only did he continue to violate, it gets more graphic than this. Fair use to the art of dialogue.
In this clip.
Whoa, breaking news. He just posted something on his social media accounts about 20 minutes ago. Check your text.
Breaking news. Let's see. Okay, what's Shannon saying? My statement is found here, and this is the truth. The relationship in question was 100% consensual.
See, guys, that's not true. Right here. Hey, guys, that's not true. That statement alone is not true. Now, how do I know that's not true? Because a relationship cannot be permanently consensual. No relationship can be permanently consensual. Now, you can say we've had a lot of consensual sex. Or you can say all the sex that we've had has been consensual. You can say that. But the relationship we had was consensual. We're going to talk about that numerically. That's not true. Because at any point of any relationship, it can be non-consensual. So what Shannon is doing is he's using words. By the way, the words he's using is from his lawyer. It's proven that they wanted him to copy and paste this, but instead he screenshotted it directly and posted it to his Instagram. But he's saying the relationship was consensual. Okay. All of the relationship? Apparently not. Right? Apparently not, according to Lord Jamar's video interpretation, and according to her statement, your sexual relationship can become unconsensual, non-consensual at any point. She can remove consent at any point. Not only can she remove consent, you can remove consent as a male. You can say, no, I don't want to have sex with you no more. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that type of activity. I don't want to dookie on you. And she says, you have to dookie on me or I'm going to tell. And you dookie on her reluctantly. That's non-consensual because she's coerced you to dookie on her. Okay, and you're like, I just didn't want to do it, and you did it anyway. So that first statement is false, and I want you to know that, not to crucify Shannon. I want you to know that to protect yourself. Remember, everything that I'm saying, I'm using this as a case study to protect you as a guy. You as a man need to know what is real and what's not. who cares about Shannon Sharpe or anything, but I have to say this, Shannon and Gabby, but this is about you. We're not judging their case. We're teaching you as men and as women. That's all we're doing.
At this juncture, I am electing to step aside temporarily from my ESPN duties. I will be devoting this time to my family and responding and dealing with these false and disruptive allegations set against me.
True.
I plan to return to ESPN at the start of the NFL preseason.
False.
I sincerely appreciate the overwhelming and ongoing support I have received from my family, fans, friends, and colleagues.
True.
Shannon Sharpe.
Okay, that I believe ESPN did not do that, and according to some alleged reports, and everything I say is alleged, there was going to be a revolt, a revolution amongst the employees at ESPN to say, if you continue to put Shannon Sharpe on the air, we won't go to work. We're going to quit. This is an allegation. This is alleged. So not only was it the executives, the CEOs, and the sponsors, allegedly there were people at ESPN said, we're not going to come to work if y'all keep putting them on the air. Now, this is one of these situations that you can't control. Remember, you can't control everything in a case. This is why we tell y'all, don't go to court if you don't have to. All right, because what you are trying to control is the court of public opinion, but you can't control the jury. You can't control the judge. You can't control the district attorney, the prosecutor, the defense attorney. There's a lot of variables here. So why we might think that ESPN said we're going to fire him because he put his dick in a little white woman, what the employees were saying is, which were probably 70% women, hey, look, we believe all women. This is a guy who has a pattern. The allegations of him are dangerous. And if he's coming to work, I'm not coming to work. That's what they're saying. Now, in this situation, I think ESPN pulled the plug on him. But they haven't fired him yet, because if they fire him, they have to pay him. So what they're doing is saying, let's take some time off. There's nothing for you to report here. Football season and the draft is over. He was at the NFL draft on someone's behalf, but he said, you know what? Preseason will come back. If this is all swept up under the rug, we can proceed forward. If this is not, and you go ahead and get torpedoed, then we can fire you on a morality clause and not have to pay you. Okay, so there's a lot in play here, but ESPN said, let's just go ahead. Let's go ahead and go about your own self. And if he was removed for ESPN to focus on his family, why is he still doing his podcast? All right, he still does his podcast. We'll talk about that in a minute. But let's proceed here with Lord Jamar, who has possibly some street information related to this case. Again, he doesn't admit to seeing anything, but there are rumors that some people were a part of this takedown. I'm not going to name names. Shaquille O'Neal has been accused of looking for damaging information against Shannon Sharpe. Okay, that's his accusation, and that accusation came before this takedown. As I said, there's been a lot of professional jealousy against Shannon Sharpe. That he's made a lot of money where former athletes would have loved to be in that same position. So a lot of people are making this about the white man taking the black man down. But if we take that story at face value, it could be a lot of professional black jealousy that took Shannon Sharpe down. Okay? Now, people don't know about that because I haven't reported that. But in this situation, that came out prior to this situation with Shannon Sharpe. I'm not saying he did it, but we know that came out 3 weeks before this situation with Shannon Sharpe. So could it be that someone in the know in that entertainment industry has indeed seen that tape and has indeed told that woman to go to that attorney? Okay. It could be possible, because how would Gabby know to go to Tony Busby unless she was guided towards Tony Busby? I don't think she's sitting around saying, what attorney can I find? Unless someone guided her and said, go to this guy. He handles cases like this. I'm going to get to that police report in a minute. Okay, because I don't think she's intelligent enough to go, hey, I'm going to go to 1-800 Tony Busby. Okay? Now, being that she's representing her does make her case more flimsy. All right, it makes the case completely flimsy. However, I think they got him. All right, I think they got him enough at this point. I don't think they're going to get 50 mil, but they got him. All right, so here we go.
On the jail, I just saw the video. Like, I was like, oh, shit. Some girls, you know what I mean? You got people out here, they want you to smack them, spit in their mouth, all kind of shit like that. Like, it's the world we live in. You know what I mean? It is what it is. My man just texted me this morning. He was like, yo, Shannon Sharpe's going to jail. I just saw the video. Like, I was like, oh, shit. Matter of fact, it was last night, like 12, after 12. Shannon Sharpe is going to prison. I just saw the video.
Yeah, that situation crazy, man. But I'm trying to figure out, what did he do that was so bad? I mean, was he being too aggressive with her?
Pause right there. All right. And again, I want to clear up and reiterate, I did not accuse Shaq of anything. All right. I said there was some alleged information that was the case. I didn't accuse him of being a part of this case. All right. So now, this guy, Art of Dialogue, I think his name is Art, saying, I'm trying to figure out what he did so bad. Like, to me, this does, again, prove that men are completely clueless when it comes to this consent issue, especially as a person who is a celebrity. Okay? Now, me and you is different, and the idea that women are now in their sexual liberation and doing just about any nasty thing that you can imagine, they're now saying that they can do nasty things, but then still hiding under victimhood when nasty things happen. Right? This is just what we have to deal with. I don't say what they should be. I just say, guys, be aware that women are acting and doing things as renegades. They're experiencing nasty sex with whoever they want to, but they're now can still pivot to victimhood. This guy's going, what did he do that was so bad? You don't get it yet. You still don't get it. What did he allegedly do that was so bad?
Or did he do anything that people will look at as abusive? I don't know.
First of all, he was supposed to be fucking her in the ass, but he's choking the shit out of her, and I heard he's fucking her in the ass, like, violently. You know what I mean? So imagine like, you know, in the ass, not the pussy. Humanity. You know what I mean? He fucking her in her ass. Yeah.
Yeah, he said. Now, this does give you an indication of why they're alleging that Shannon Sharpe refuses to look at the tape. The one piece of evidence that could exonerate him. And Dr. Umar does want to make a statement about this. So let's let Dr. Umar make a statement related to this that many people in the pro-black community are making too. Dr. Umar, go ahead and take it from here, sir. Let's see here.
The same white woman who told you the black man is no good is bent over giving that pink poo nine to your black man. The next day she bent over giving that.
Sorry here. Let's go ahead and give it again. Dr. Umar was being interrupted. Sorry, Dr. Umar. I don't want to interrupt you,
pink
sir.
Punani to your black man.
Right,
she tell the black woman with your silly asses that the black man is no good. And right after she turns you against the black man, she got that pink Punani bent over, flat ass up in the air, giving him those flat, uncooked Cinnabons. Oh, yes. How you gonna make her turn you against the black man and all she do is take your man? The same man she told you was no good, she up there baking those white ice cookies for him. That pink Punani be right up in the air with that flat ass of hers, giving your man the business. She told you to leave the black man alone though. She told you to leave the black man alone though. She told you to leave the black man alone. Why?
Dr. Umar, with the interpretation here, Shannon Sharpe, possibly Dr. Umar could have led you in the right direction here. Let's do it one more time because I did have it interrupted here. But
the same white woman who told you the black man is no good is bent over giving that pink Punani to your black man. The next day she bent over giving that pink punani to your black man. She tell the black woman with your silly asses that the black man is no good. And right after she turns you against the black man, she got that pink punani bent over, flat ass up in the air, giving him those flat, uncooked Cinnabons. Oh yes. How you gonna make her turn you against the black man and all she do is take your man? The same man she told you was no good, she up there baking those white ice cookies for him. That pink punani be right up in the air with that flat ass of hers, giving your man the business. She told you to leave a black man alone, though.
Oh.
She told you to leave a black man alone, though.
All right, Dr. Umar, man, you are a little bit aggressive with this explanation here, but it is thorough explanation for the people of the pro-black community. What he's saying, I guess, is thoroughly correct here. She is bending them ice cream cookies over, all right, for Shannon Sharpe, and he looking like this.
Yeah, that brother's star.
All right, he looking like this. Man, be careful out there, gentlemen. I have nothing against age gap relationships and interracial dating, but I must tell you this. I must tell you this, and it is my duty to tell you this. Number one, hit the like button. Number two, in this case, Shannon Sharpe, according to Anton Daniels. All right, give Anton Daniels a round of applause. He's done some investigation to say that Shannon Sharpe is rough right now. It's rough on Shannon Sharpe. Anton Daniels of the Anton Daniels channel says that Shannon Sharpe is losing sponsorships aggressively here. And one piece of evidence that he points to, although I didn't have the video here, I picked the wrong video. One piece of evidence that he's pointing to is that his sponsorships and logos no longer appear on his live streams. In fact, this piece of evidence can prove this, that one Chad Ochocinco has the AJ Dillon jersey over what appears to have been a sponsorship logo previously in previous streams. And there were more evidences of places where logos were appearing in the right portion of the screen that were corporate logos now do not appear on his live streams as he's taking time to deal with his family. And there you go right there. That's one piece of evidence. You see over the shoulder, is that the left shoulder of Chad Ochocinco is a Dillon jersey. And that previously was a logo for a company. All right. And that is just one of the few many companies that might be pulling back. I would venture to say, as you know, my knowledge of the YouTube industry, that Shannon Sharpe probably makes a third, if not 2/3 of his money from sponsorship, some money from AdSense, some money from super chats, although I'm not sure if people actually super chat him. He would never read them. But if you have 2/3 of your income from sponsorships and they pull it, well, you're dealing with less income, which does jeopardize the woman in this case, because then she's not going to get to any bag. By the way, they're also saying the $100 million deal is certainly off the table, and rightly so. The next thing you would want to do is find out if any of these men start to disassociate with Shannon Sharpe. It's going to be the next shoe that drops. Okay, so if you can't get guests on your show, you can't get guests to interview, and they start to say, hey, you know what? Let's wait until we find out what happens in this case. As more and more damaging information comes forward, and you now have to step away from ESPN. Do athletes stop appearing on this show? Well, as of today, no. You had Gary Payton on this show. You can see you had Anton Walker on his show. But are people going to stop appearing on this show? Will Chad Ochocinco tuck tail? He reads super chats, so shout out to him. Shout out to him for reading super chats. All right, that is admirable for a person in this position. But Chad Ochocinco, if he drops out and said it's too hot in here, then you will see that there are going to be some issues that he's going to have to deal with, and he certainly is going to be losing it day by day. All right, but we don't want to see that. We want to see him innocent until proven guilty. Can I handle this? I want to handle this and give you this game, and then we'll do the super chats and proceed on with the remainder of the show. I hear a lot of people saying, well, I don't understand how she can file a civil case. It's obviously a money grab, which, guys, let's just be clear. Everybody knows this is an obvious money grab. Anybody trying to rest their case on this one or dismiss it on the fact that it's extortion or a money grab, you guys are junior detectives at best. and YouTube lawyers at worst. You guys will make horrible lawyers because you're going to have to do more than that to defend the case. If you've ever been in court, don't think you're just going to jump up on day one to save yourself attorney's fees to say, Judge, this is extortion. Throw this case out. Okay, you're going to have a whole possibility. You're going to have a whole miracle for that to happen. This case could be tried if they go both. Or if the woman doesn't drop the case, she could certainly drop this case because there's no money in this case anymore. She can certainly drop it. It's costing her. The attorney in this case, Tony Busby, can drop this woman at any point because there's no more money to grab. Now, let's just say this case proceeds forward, but Shannon Sharpe has no sponsors, no $100 million deal, and she proceeds forward in this case. You can certainly say it's not about money, okay? Okay, but there's a lot of things here. Is a police report vital to a case regarding sexual assault? Because a lot of people keep saying that. Well, she should have went to the police. She should have went to the police. She don't have a police report. Case closed. Well, in any court of public opinion, that will certainly be the case. But I want to read something to you here, and you can read this along the way. In cases of sexual assault, it is not uncommon for victims to report sexual assaults months or years after they occur. Once they have had time to process what happened to them, others may choose to never report the crime and may suffer the emotional and physical consequences on their own, never seeking therapy or treatment. Let me read some more here. All right. You can do your own research as well on this one. Do not just take my word. I counsel you guys to do your own research in these areas. But let's just say we're not trying Shannon Sharpe and Gabby. We're trying you versus a woman. In this case, Barry Law says the difference between a civil sexual assault and a criminal SA. If you or someone you know is alleged to have committed SA, one of the first things you should determine is whether the case will be tried criminal or civil. Civil or criminal assault cases have their own procedures whose differences may affect not only potential consequences or outcomes in this case, but also much control that the alleged accuser has once the matter in this case proceeds. As you can see, they're suggesting as lawyers that an accuser has a choice to make, whether to pursue this criminally or civilly, which it could be in a case that it's uncommon that they even go to the police. And we're going to talk about that. So you're going to just say, hey, someone accused me of something. There's no police report, case dismissed. Not necessarily. One of the issues they have is statute of limitations. All right, so this has been 5 years. Can't go to the police now, or the police report was 5 years ago. Statute of limitations in some of these cases, although they're changing that, 5 years. Police report null and void. Let's go on to the next reason why people pursue things, and I'm going to go down and scroll down here. The complexity of defense in a civil case. There are pros and cons of both ways to pursuing a claim of SA in criminal court versus civil court. In a civil case, it may come with more success to the accuser because they are only required to prove the defendant by liability by a preponderance of evidence. For the same reason, SA cases in civil court can be more difficult to defend. This should be obvious, but if a person wants to pursue a case, they said they have a choice whether to go criminal or civil. It's not that they don't have a choice. That people are assuming that if you go this way, you're wrong. Well, they said it's difficult to defend a civil case, and it's easier for the accuser to get the evidence considered. They need a preponderance of evidence, meaning that, okay, he more likely did it. Guilty. He more likely did it. It's easier to prosecute, or it's easier to go into court and prove that there was liability. In any case, SA is a serious charge. Let's go down to this one right here. In a criminal case, the woman, let me see here. It's going to say it right here. Shout out to the lead attorney in here. I'm pretty sure he's in here under his anonymous account. Press 1 if you're in here, lead. Right, and I'm glad you're back to health. He can provide much context to this as well. In a criminal case, the state is a party to the case rather than the accuser. That's important. Accuser goes in, goes to the state, goes to the police. Hey, this person did something to me. Once she provides that, the police report, she gets the bloody napkin. All right. She wipes her butthole and she has a bloody napkin. She turns over the evidence, the videotape. The state proceeds with the case, which is detrimental to the accuser. The accuser no longer controls the case. So the accuser has to sit back and wait for the state to do the entire case. The state could say, we're not going to prosecute. Case closed.
Nope.
Okay, you see how easy that works? So you're saying, why don't they run to the police? Well, if you're the accuser, you're saying, dude, I turn this case over to them. They get to do whatever they want with it. As opposed to, if I have a civil case, I get to control all the details and the information. Okay? And it says, generally, the accuser does not have a say in the direction of the case, but only appears as a witness for the prosecution. The accuser cannot veto anything the prosecution decides and does not control whether a plea deal is requested or received. There you go right there. So they don't decide a plea deal, a negotiation, $10 million here, 50,000 here, 50 million here. They don't decide. Shannon Sharpe gets to decide that. I don't plead. I plead not guilty. And she's only a witness to the case. And then last one, it says the primary purpose of a criminal assault case is to determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant of a particular crime. The prosecution must prove the defendant is guilty. Beyond a reasonable doubt. He certainly did this. 12 jurors say, yep, he certainly did this. We saw the evidence. The prosecution, who is on the side of the accuser, made a tremendous case and proved that it was non-consensual beyond a reasonable doubt. All 12 juries agree, and he goes to jail. But the defense is presumed innocent until proven guilty. So you see the difference. In a civil case, it's flipped, opposite. The defense has to prove that they did not commit the crime, and then the only evidence is going to be, he most likely did it, as opposed to, he certainly did it. Do you see why someone would go straight to civil? Now, again, I'm not saying why Gabby should have went civil. I'm telling you, if this was you and it happened to you, you would see why they would go civil. And most of the time, they're not going to go civil with you because there's no money in that. So they will probably go criminal. But this is going to be bad and reflect negatively more on Shannon. But then the longer this goes, this could reflect negatively on her. Last couple slides, and we'll do the super chats. This is supposedly a case study on what happens in these cases. Okay, there's two different slides that people show of this one. And as you can see, just quickly, normally people show the slide without the black box to the right. But in cases of these, they're very complex. What they're showing you are the victims of these type of cases, which you can see they're showing they're overwhelmingly women to about 60-40. Okay. I'm sorry, the grapists. Then you see the reported grapes, which are far less reported. And mostly men are reported to be committing these crimes. Very rarely women. Then you see the amount of people that have faced trial in the dark blue. Then you see the amount of people that are going to jail for these situations. Then you see the black box highlighting that some men go to jail innocently And a lot of men go to jail innocently that are probably black. I'm not sure what that's representing. Okay. But in these cases, when people pursue them criminally, you will find that many times they don't even get prosecuted. Okay. Here's another slide here that shows that in sexual assault cases, and these slides can be interpreted and misinterpreted as you want. They're just statistics and people lie with them. But it's somewhat true. There's some falsehood in these. But in all sexual assault cases, when they go criminal, many times, over 50% of the time, there's no case brought forward at all. And we're going to tell you why here in a minute. But when a woman goes to the police with a police report and say, someone did something to me, 52% of the time, according to this data, no case is brought forward. Now, in a civil case, it's always going to be brought forward. It's a 100% chance the person will settle or the case will be seen. You will see a judge for certain in a criminal case. You will see the judge for certain in a civil case. In a criminal case, you probably won't see a judge. There won't even be a charge. Now, in some of these cases, it is the case that proceeds forward, but that doesn't mean there's a conviction, as we've seen by this slide. Doesn't mean the conviction will be made, but the case will be brought forward, so it's far likely less that a case will proceed, and then there will be percentages of false report, which we could say could be higher and lower than this. Okay, false reports. But many times, if there's a false report, it will be vetted out at this stage that doesn't proceed. Most times, the false report doesn't even get tried. So the case goes into this false report. Okay, we can't bring this case forward. So there's no prosecution at all. So in here, they're saying false reports are only 6.8%, but I would beg to differ. Some of the false reports are in this did not proceed. Okay. So there's false reports in this category as well. I think they could clear that up a little bit. Why does this happen? Why does this happen? Well, here's the complexity of these cases. Consent. Consent is the number one complexity in which this exists in the Shannon Sharpe case. What is consent? It's clear verbal or non-verbal permission for sex. So it doesn't have to be verbal. It doesn't have to be no or stop. Although if no or stop is present, well, you're fucked. But it could be she clammed up, she froze, she gave up, she didn't fight. Consent. What is the other complexities in this case? Alcohol and drugs, which if there's alcohol and drugs in this case, that can help or hurt either person. 70% of women and 80% of men had been drinking when an SA occurred. Men often drink to feel less inhibited and more powerful. Alcohol impairs judgment and blah, blah, blah. Alcohol lowers inhibitions and people tend to ignore no's when they're impaired. What's the next complexity that people don't understand? In these cases, studies show that 80 to 90% of victims of these assaults know their attacker. I think this is problematic here. You know why? Because when we hear these cases, we automatically say, oh, she knew he was rich. She knew he was famous. So obviously she filed this claim because she knew he had money and was rich and famous. However, almost inevitably, they're saying in any case, rich, poor, broke, black, white, Puerto Rican, or Asian, or Haitian, you're more likely to know your attacker, alleged attacker. They are including family members, acquaintances, and intimate partners. So yes, go back to Shannon Sharpe. He said our relationship was consensual. A relationship is not consensual. A sexual relationship along the way can be consensual, but it is also the case that just because you know the person and you previously fucked them doesn't mean you cannot attack them. Meaning that it's more likely that you attack them or allegedly attack them if you knew them or were previously intimate with them. So a lot of people are arguing these cases. Well, he knew her, she knew this, he knew that. She asked for it. They had a BDSM. Safe word, no safe word, no, yes, no means no. At the end of the day, a relationship can never be consensual. At the end of the day, you're more likely to be in this case if you know the person, as opposed to jumping out of the bushes. Now, if Shannon Sharpe was accused by a woman where they say this nigga jumped out of the bushes, we could probably be like, nah, she tripping. But here we go. Here we go right here. Here we go. We have a case where people are what they're doing is arguing things that don't matter. They're arguing things that don't matter. In this case, Shannon Sharpe refuses to look at the key piece of evidence. The more this goes on, the more likely I don't understand why men continue to defend the men you are defending. How the hell do you guys proceed forward? How the hell do you live with yourself? And I would hope to God you would never be in Shannon Sharpe's situation. I hope to God that Shannon Sharpe can get out of this situation. But you guys sit up here all day to try to find a hole in the argument, and you have nothing. You have no leg to stand on. No education, no information, no source material, nothing. And you will sit up here and argue till the cows come home, knowing good and damn well you will never be on the jury. You'll never be on the jury. You will never be in the courtroom. You will never have privy information to the data or the evidence, nor do you understand consent or not consent. And here's the last part of this, and then we'll go on. What you do have to understand is that in these cases, you do not have to actually be guilty or convicted and actually do the crime. You don't even have to do the crime to be convicted or proven to be held liable in this case. This is what I'm trying to refer men back to. So if he is proven liable in this case, he could have not done it and still be proved to be liable and responsible in this case. That happens all the time. Or in a criminal case, he could be proven to be found guilty and did not do this. And this is the only discussion. I'm not discussing whether he did it or not. I'm not defending him. I'm not defending Gabby. I made that pretty clear. The responsibility is with the man. And I see a lot of weak men trying to put the responsibility on Gabby. Now, in an easy world, a world that makes sense, women like Gabby and women in general would be accountable and responsible for their behavior. That's not the world we live in. That's not how I educate you. I don't educate you like that. I educate you of what you're going to experience, what you're more likely going to experience. We use this as a case study. We use this as, what do I tell you guys over here? The court of public opinion will convict you and ruin your life faster before you even enter the courtroom. Before you even enter the courtroom. And this is what's happening today. The court of public opinion is trying this case, number one, because Shannon Sharpe put the information out there. What people are trying to do is make this about who's guilty. What I'm trying to tell you, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. You men don't need to go to court. You don't want to challenge the court. I hear a lot of men, we need to take these women to court. We need to sue these women. You guys are idiots for going to court. He said, this is still speculation. It's not. It is a court case. Yeah, right here. Hey, listen, I will go on record and saying men are idiots. This is not speculation. This is a court case, nigga. Have you ever been to court? This is speculation. This is a court case. There's no speculation. We literally got a case that is active. And you guys are like, this is speculation. Nigga, somebody's life is on the line right now. We're talking about thousands of people's lives are on the line. Their livelihood, their lives, their reputations are being dragged in an active court case. And you stupid ass men running around here acting like it's not a big deal. People are about to lose their ability to support themselves. Some people are going to lose their jobs. The point is, I think you guys have to understand how easy this can happen to you. It can happen to you today. It could happen to you tomorrow and going forward. You don't want to go to court with these women. You don't want to go to court with these women. And a lot of dudes still run in here thinking that the courts are going to solve their problems with women. False. I would not bet on that. I would actually encourage you to not go to court as much as possible. In fact, I told Shannon Sharpe, I didn't tell him, I said he should have paid the $50K. That would have delayed it at least a month so he can put ink on paper for the $100K. But you guys tell guys to not pay. Don't pay, don't pay. That $50K would have slowed her down for a couple of weeks. Then he could have got to the 10 mil. Then he could have cut the 50 mil at that particular point because he's going to collect 400 mil. He could have cut the check. You guys stop having to go to court. All right. You don't not see in this case, you don't want this information out. You don't want this damaging information out. So your job is as a man, any of you weak ass men that keep telling women that they need to be more responsible for how they're handling their sexual liberation. You're telling people how to conduct themselves, how to film themselves, what the woman should do, what her motives are. It doesn't matter. What you need to know is when you get in that court, you will have 12 jurors that don't give a fuck. Right here. They don't care, bruh. They don't care about MGTOW, passport bros, free agent lifestyle, Manosphere, red pill, man's rights, women's accountability. They don't care about anything related to this. Okay. Let me see if I can pull this up. And I've been to court many, many times. You don't want this problem. And you don't want to fight this in the courts. All right. So let me just go ahead and pull this up. Ask the lead attorney. This is my entire point of this stream. You don't want that problem. You don't want it. They just think they're going to fight. And if you're a black man and you think you're going to run up in America's white man court to defend yourself, you are a plumb idiot. Not only that, you're a black man that could be possibly making hundreds of millions of dollars, and you think you're just going to go bet on $100 million to beat some 19-year-old white woman? You're a plumb idiot. You're an idiot. You're an idiot to even think that that's what your ass about to do. If you did this shit and you want to go ahead and pay the girl off or to be quiet, go ahead and pay the girl off. That is a smart decision, and the Shannon made that decision. Go ahead and do it. But what y'all niggas want to do is this, and I don't get it to my life. Why would you want to do this? Somebody explain. Why would you want to do this? There's a 90% chance you're going to get your ass handed to you. This is what I don't get. Y'all think y'all going to go in there and say, well, this is racism, and then the case dismissed. You think you're going to go in there and say, this is a setup, and the case get dismissed. You think you're going to go in there and say, well, this is all speculation, and the case is going to get dismissed. You think you're going to go in there and say, hey, listen, I'm a celebrity, and she was trying to set me up clearly. Can you hear her voice? And the case is going to get dismissed. You're idiots. It doesn't matter. None of that matters, bruh. All right? Now, by the time they have a court case date, and I'll do the super chats. There's another guy who I won't say his name because for some reason I'm doing the same thing I do to him with Shannon Sharpe, but for some reason this audience tends to act like I hate this guy if I bring him up. He's in the exact situation right now. You guys can read between the lines because there's a lot of weak men that can't handle this type of information. Do you guys know what his court date is? His court date doesn't start until 2027. So he has to now wait until 2027 to get his case heard. This is a guy that's had multiple charges. He's in and out of court. He's on house arrest. He's off house arrest. 2027. Type 2027 into the chat. Gentlemen, type 2027 in the chat. Type 2027 in the chat. Okay. Type 2027 in the chat. Just so you can see how slow these fucking cases happen. How slow it is that y'all niggas gonna go into court. I'm gonna go into court. 2027 is the first day this case is gonna be heard. Do you want to rest and bet your $100 million on the case to be heard in 2 years? And that case has been going on for the better part of 2 years continuously. 2027. Now, Shannon Sharpe's case. What day does Shannon Sharpe's civil case start? Anybody know? Let me see here. Does anybody know when Shannon Sharpe's case starts? Okay. Anybody know? Somebody put it in there. The answer is we don't know. There is no day this case starts as far as I know. That means it could start in 2028, 2030. It certainly ain't going to start in 2025 because they got to get evidence. It might not start for another 2 to 3 years. This is why I tell you, court is not your goddamn friend. Right here. So I tell you guys, don't go to court. You're going to go to court, that shit could happen in year, 2, 3 goddamn years. And you're like, he going to sue her. You know when his defamation case starts? Let me just tell you this. You know when his defamation case starts against Gabby? It starts when his civil case from Gabby ends. It starts when his civil case with Gabby ends. If his civil case goes well, then he can proceed with his defamation case against Gabby. That could be in 2032, nigga. That could be in 2032. Again, my point is to teach you guys, the court ain't your friend. It is not a place you want to decide these key details going in here with us trying this in the court of public opinion. It ain't the place to be taking these white women to court.
Where the white women at?
Okay? So these things easily say he gonna sue her, and you guys act like lawsuits are just people just fall down like bowling pins. No, what they do is they stick their mud into the ground, and there's a defense strategy called, I think it's the Schroeder's defense. Let me see here. Let me see there. And this is what's happening in that one guy's case. All right, the one guy's case that I won't say his name. Okay. What happens in these cases? Lead attorney, where you at? In some of these cases, one of the strategies that they'll use is they'll bleed your money dry to the point that you can't defend yourself. So they'll keep you in jail. They'll drag on the case. They'll say the case starts in 2027. in which your lawyers are going to run up a bill. So the bill's going to keep running up, and you ain't even going to see the judge or pick out a jury. By the time the case starts, it's going to be a 3-week case, but they delay the case over and over again. Objections. They'll have a case that needs to be heard to consider if this evidence is going to be considered in the case that is upcoming. It's the Stalingrad. Thank you. The Stalingrad defense. And anybody can use this side. But this is a legal strategy where a defendant in this case uses various tactics, including legal appeals and delays, to exhaust the plaintiff and ultimately avoid a conviction. It's named after the Soviet Union's prolonged, costly defense against the Germans' forces in the Battle of Stalingrad. And by the way, Putin is doing this to Ukraine. Putin's keeping the war going until they run out of resources. And eventually, once the U.S. pulls their resources, Ukraine's cooked. So they could have went in there in 3 days and wiped them out, but they didn't. That wouldn't be smart, all right? Because that means they'll still have people with a lot of energy. Same thing as the people who want to fight one gorilla. All right, I'm going to just go ahead and we're just going to pound the gorilla 100 men at a time. All right? Some people say we're going to wear the gorilla out and run around until he gets tired and go to sleep. But in this case, this case is going to have dependent on these issues where people will use tactics, legal strategies. They're going to delay. They're going to push the case so far out. They're going to have people appeal. They're going to have other people bring in evidence that they need to consider. Collection of guys, this is going to happen in this case. Another reason why for you guys using all of these, it's a setup. She's lying. He's guilty. He's a black man. None of this is going to matter. Not when you go to court. Your job is to stay up out of court. All right, that was a very long main event. All right. Very, very long main event, but we had a very good audience in here that wants to talk about this. The morons will still bring up race. They'll still bring up age gap. They'll still bring up it was a setup, extortion. This has nothing to do. At this point, it has nothing to do with it. This case is on the docket. It is filed. What was the other guy said something dumb? Oh, this is speculation. It's not speculation. It's a court of public opinion in which much of the evidence has been exposed by the defendant in this case, which is Shannon Sharpe. All right. Shannon Sharpe exposed much of the evidence to us. And his attorney has allowed it, which is mind-boggling to me. But I think he's trying to hold on to the fact that he wants $100 million. But we see that slowly slipping away. All right, there's no more $100 million, which could be advantageous to him anyway. But let's consider this. He's going to lose a lot of money defending himself. All right, and this is what you guys don't understand. He's going to lose a lot of money. He didn't want to pay her $50,000. He's definitely paid $50,000 in defense costs. We can definitely assure that. He didn't want to pay her $10 million. I guarantee you, between his case and the case of defamation, he'll spend $10 million in the next 3 to 4 years. This is not speculation. This is a fact. This is a fact. These are the things that matter. Then consider the money he lost by proceeding with this case, defending his reputation. He will lose hundreds of millions of dollars. He's going to lose hundreds of millions of dollars. And we haven't even heard if he was guilty yet. All right? We haven't even heard. Neither that. He doesn't even want to look at the tape, which is not even speculation. That could be certainly the case, which is relevant to the case in the court of public opinion. Yeah, but men will say they don't pay. He could have paid. Man, what does 50K look like right now? 50K looking real good right now. And yes, also, as I said, gentlemen, when one woman comes out, the other cases will come out. Your past will come out. Future women will come out. If any, he now has the other case that was open, which I discovered inadvertently. Now that woman's coming out, and she angrier than a wet hornet. She feels like she didn't get justice in her case. Now she has Gabby's case to actually use against him in the new case, which she previously didn't. So this guy's like Tupac right now. He fighting off 8 cases. He got the case at Fox News. He's got the case with the other woman, Michelle. He's got possibly my Michelle hanging out there. And he also has, there was another case that came up that we discussed. He fighting off cases right now. How much is this costing him? How much is this costing him? Going back, 25K a cheek is looking real good right now. 50K a cheek is looking good right now. And what it would have done, the only thing it would have done is delayed the case long enough for him to sign the 100 million. Okay, that's it. Because this woman probably could have asked for more. All right, you know, she got the 50K. I'm guaranteeing you he did not pay the 50K. People think that this was a pay-for-play relationship. Not even close. It's not true. All right, she started charging him at the end. This was a relationship. Like, do you talk to your prostitute on the phone? Do you talk to them on the phone like it's a relationship? Do you talk to your prostitute or escort or sugar baby long enough to get recorded on the phone? Do you? I know people that have sugar babies and escorts and prostitutes. I can guarantee they do not be on the phone talking to them. Right? They don't be on the phone talking to them long enough to get recorded. All right. So I'm saying this was a relationship. She was under the impression that it was a relationship. It started off as a relationship. He maintained it like it was a relationship. She got jealous of him recording himself on Facebook. I predicted it like it was a relationship, and she got bitter and hurt like it was a relationship. Okay. And she discussed that. She said, I got mad when he was on FaceTime recording himself. I got mad, and she switched up. Okay. She switched up. So you guys have to understand. Then what happened was he pressed her. He still thought, and this is important. And you want to understand women. Women want to believe that they can trust you. In that trust, that also includes trust with her body. Okay, so she wants to believe I can trust you. I can trust you because I'm submitting to you. So I'm going to give you my body, meaning that my body can possibly be infected and infested with an STI based on your behavior. I'm going to give you my body to hold, to pick up, to fold like a love letter. I'm going to give you my body to possibly impregnate me, which I'm going to be a changed woman forever. You're going to put big black babies in me. And then I'm going to trust you that you're going to keep me safe. That is important to women. I don't care if they're a prostitute, OnlyFans girl, or a regular good girl. Because he was on with another woman, she lost that trust, which means that the BDSM relationship was off the table at that point. It was off the table. And trust me, I know about this because I like women that like to get dominated too.
I like to get dominated.
All right, so their previous consensual relationship, which had BDSM involved, she only had that because there was trust. Once that trust was violated, she pivoted. She pivoted to, I'm a sugar baby now. If you want to keep doing this, $25K a cheek. She also distanced herself long enough to where he had to bring a birthday and a Christmas gift after Christmas. So she switched up on him based on his inability for her to trust him. Then it became a transactional relationship because she distanced herself. She said, hey, you cheated on me. I'm salty about that. You're probably in LA fucking another woman. That was on the video. That was on the audio. What are you doing in LA? Who are you with? She started challenging him on that. Then when he wanted to continue to choke her, spank her, whoop her, pile drive her, shove it up her Duke chute, she was like, nah, you're going to have to pay for that. This is not speculation. This is clearly right there. So she said, nah, I don't want nothing to do with you no more. You're messing around on me. I distanced myself. He said, I'm going to bring you a birthday and a Christmas gift. He brought it over. Then he wanted to keep choking and spanking her and whooping her. She like, oh, okay, nigga, you switch. Then she started recording him. Then she said, okay, the setup is on now. Now, whose fault is it now? Whose fault is it? Y'all want to blame the woman? He clearly kept proceeding. And she said, okay, if you want to keep proceeding, you're going to have to pay. Now, what happens was then he was saying, I'm entitled to your body. I've already used and abused you. I could do whatever I want with you. I've already done whatever I want with you. According to her, in June, he put it up her dude shoe without a condom, and she complained about it. And he said, fuck you, bitch. I can do whatever y'all want. Now, once the trust was violated, he thought he can continue to do that. And she said, not this time, pal. Not this time. You did that last time, but because you was with Michelle and you violated my trust, I can no longer trust you. You got the dirty dick out there with Michelle. You think you're going to shove that dirty dick in my ass again? She was like, nope. Nope. That's it. Dude, this case is simple to me, bruh. But y'all want to make it about everything it ain't. All right, everything it ain't. None of that shit matter, bruh. Now, she was like, you ain't putting that dirty dick in me because now it's a dirty dick to him. You guys don't realize how women think. Women think that way. Even if they know you're messing around with other girls, when they get confirmation you're messing with another girl, now they're like, hey, that's a dirty dick, man. That's a dirty dick. I know it's a dirty dick. I confirm. I saw you. I heard you. Now she got saying, no, you ain't putting that dirty dick on me. All right, so watch out for this, man. This case is not going to be what it tried on what you think it is. Don't go to court. Anyway, look. All right. Because last time he put it in her, she was assuming that he was faithful to her. This time, she's like, nah, you putting that herpes in me. All right, anyway, let's go to these super chats. Thank you for the contributions. Thank you for sticking around. We still do have some show. We still do have some show. Shout out to our brother NGN says it's interesting how men can figure out complex subjects like quantum physics and machine learning and AI, but when it comes to women, men only view them as one-dimensional and nothing more. It is absolutely insane how men cannot we can do all these things. We can build the world and defense and build machines and quantum physics and AI. When it comes to women, men are playing dumb. And the number one reason why they're dumb is you want women to think like men. This is the only reason it's dumb. You just want to control how they think. Now, when women start telling you how they think, they're either lying, manipulating, or they're telling you the truth. You got to figure that out. But all you have to do is just switch and go, I'm a man. I think of it this way. And then just do the opposite and apply it to women. Think of it opposite of how you think, and you're probably going to hit it right on the nail. Right? They just see the world differently. They don't see the world as we see it. For their own reasons, complex or simple, it's the case. When it comes down to women, men only want women to either be disadvantaged or think the way they want to think. And it's never going to happen. You're going to get in trouble every single time. If you want to mess with women, or you want to avoid women altogether, just think like women. Right? And it's going to be hard. And I'm giving you this class to protect you. To protect you. They're never going to think of shit how you think of it. They're never going to see the world how you see it. No matter what. And if they ever get power and leverage over you, you're cooked. So think of it that way and you can protect yourself. But you guys always thinking some simple shit. Shout out to Scope, Coach. How would you approach false allegation cases? Would you always settle before it goes public? What if they try to extort you with more cases? Well, this is why you have lawyers, gentlemen. But again, nothing is free. If someone had an allegation against me, it's almost impossible to prove it's true or false. I tried to demonstrate that. But let's say it came against me. I can say it's false. I can believe it's false, but does the court of public opinion believe that? Does the jury believe that? If I'm calculated, I would understand that. But a lot of men don't understand that. They think they're going to fight it in court and all evidence will be exposed. You could go to court and no evidence is exposed. You don't even get all the evidence. The judge goes in there and says, that won't be allowed. That won't be allowed. Now your whole case is torpedoed. But now I'm down $100K in legal expenses. So, I mean, if a person is willing to settle in a false allegation case, that's your best case scenario. That's the best case scenario. Go ahead and settle that shit, right? And get a lawyer. Don't have any conversation. That's the best case scenario. Now, people will say you're guilty for settling. I'd rather them say that than to get goddamn convicted. Right here. I'd rather say that than to get convicted. All right, he guilty. He settled. Okay, let it be. I'm still working. I'm good. My reputation is intact. And that bitch signed a non-disclosure agreement. So settling is fine with me. All right. I think Shannon Sharpe should have settled in this case. And I think if he settled appropriately, he would not be in this situation. All right. Now, people say he did settle appropriately. I don't think he did. All right. I think he delayed the settlement. I think he delayed paying her the 50 grand. And I believe at the last minute, he tried to save his ass by settling for the 10 million. This is speculation. This is alleged. But you guys look back. It took 6 weeks for him to get to the 10 million settlement. Now, if you know anything about anything, if a woman is trying to get you to settle and they're saying, okay, here's the number, and you be like, well, hold on. Well, wait a minute. And you just say, nah, bitch, I ain't giving you shit. And then at the last minute, when she threatens, we're going to go take this to trial. And you go, okay, I'll give you the 10 million. It's too fucking late. Guy, it's too late. So their settlement talk took 6 weeks. That's a lot of information for me to process. It took them 6 weeks to get the 10 million. It wasn't an immediate, I'll give you 10 million. It wasn't immediate. They went back and forth and kicked around a number and put out some legal documents and signed, and they had a judge arbitrating this settlement. They had a mediator settling this for 6 weeks. This tells me he was dragging his feet. He was dragging his feet. And then guess what? She filed the case and the nigga started scrambling and scraping for shit. Diddy said the same thing. Diddy did the same thing. She was like, give me 30 million. He was like, bitch, fuck you. She put the case out and now the nigga was on the phone. He was on the phone. And guess what? His whole empire crumbled because he didn't want to settle. Had he settled with Cassie before she filed the lawsuit, Diddy possibly would be free man right now. He would certainly be a free man because Cassie she wouldn't have put out the case. So is this a fact or fiction? Shannon Sharpe would have settled for 50K initially. He said no. Then she hired an attorney and he was like, well, bitch, I don't know. And then he kicked the can down the road and then she finally said, gotcha, bitch. Cooked. Now, guess what's happening? Because he delayed 50K, delayed 10 million, and he wasn't cutting the check fast enough, now you lost hundreds of millions of dollars. Just think about this. So that's how I would say it. He says, would you settle before it goes public? Obviously. What if they try to extort you with more? Well, when you settle, the idea is that they have to remain silent. You would put that in there. You would put it in the sealed document, and you would keep it under wraps. The only time in a case where they might come for more is if you paid her cash. She wants 50K. You give her 50K. 2 weeks later, she says, I want another 50K. And you give her 50K. A month later, a year later, she wants 50 more K. And you give it. Guys, that could happen. So in Shannon's case, the 50K could have turned into 250K. It could have turned into $1 million. Do the math. If she extorted Shannon Sharpe for 50K for 12 straight months, do the math. That would still be better. That would still be better than $100, $200 million. Now, this happened to Rick Pitino. This happened to, I believe, Vince McMahon. This also happened to Tiger Woods. These men chose to not settle because they like, bitch, stop asking me for money. Nah, man, you ain't going to keep asking me for money. You ain't going to keep asking me for money. Shut this shit down. Tiger Woods says, stop calling me for money, broads. Stop calling me for money. And they was calling for $500 here, $600 here to pay for their dog sitter, to pay for their cell phone, to pay for their bills, to pay for this. And they kept calling him and calling him and calling him and calling him. He said, man, we're going to put an end to this shit. Guess what happened? He lost $600 million shutting these bitches down. Now, do the math, gentlemen. First of all, the best thing you could do before you could do is to not put your dick in these women and think it's going to be for free. That's the first thing you do. He said he's wrong. He offered her $10 million and she declined. These guys are goddamn stupid. I tell you, men are dumb. I just said that. Guys, he'd offered her $10 million. It took 6 weeks to get the $10 million. 6 weeks. Do the math. He dragged his feet. It's too obvious. He dragged his feet to get to $10 million. He offered her that, but that was like he had to pull teeth. He didn't offer her $10 million in the first meeting. He did not. He did not. He dragged his feet to get the $10 million. He didn't want to give it to her. He was counting the cost. He was trying to kick the can down the road to sign the $100 million contract. So he finally, reluctantly, offered her $10 million. Bitches are dumb, bruh. He didn't offer her right away. He got to eventually was like, okay, $10 million. By that time, they had filed out the goddamn case. All right, so do the math in these situations. That's all I'm telling you, men. When you put your dick in a woman, it's never free. Sometimes it is. Sometimes you can get these women, especially if you're high ranking. You know, if you are a low life guy, fine. But Shannon's not a low life. Okay? He's not a low life. He's a reputable guy. He has a reputation to think about. So he putting his dick in his woman is never going to be free. Once the woman charged him, it bruised his ego. How dare you charge me? How dare I have to pay for this? But of course, now he's watching his kingdom burn down. What you guys have to understand is you guys think you can do this and then not come back to haunt you. And if you are ambitious, which many of you guys said you wanted to be, you want to be famous, you want to be ambitious, you want to be rich, you want to drive nice cars and wear jewelry, you're vulnerable to this when you put your dick in a woman. Last point, always mess with women that have more to lose than you do. If you're married, don't mess with single women and single strags that have nothing to lose than to fuck your marriage up. If you're going to cheat with another married woman who has just as much to lose, her family, her husband, her house, and her kingdom. She's less likely going to torture your shit. Not saying she won't, but she's less likely. But a single woman who wants she wants to take you from the wife, she'll blow up your whole family. Same thing. You're rich and famous. I'm only going to try to mess with women who have something to lose. What is that? Normal women? A regular bitch from the gym? Nah, I can't do that, fam. That's why you go to escorts, all right? Because they got their whole escort business to lose, all right? Or you go overseas. You go to the Philippines or Colombia where nobody knows who the fuck you are. They don't care about Shannon Sharpe. Trust me, people in South America don't care about Shannon Sharpe. All right, so he can go over there and get $250 pussy all day long. But dudes get their ego bruised when these women start charging them after the fact. And I'm like, it's never was free to begin with. It was never free. She just got to the point where she put a back end payment on it. So anyway. Anyway, always calculate the cost. But again, low lifes of being here arguing like they're going to be Shannon Sharpe in the future. You're not. All right, Jermaine says, keep doing your work, sir. Preston says, change the things you can and fuck what you can't. Shout out to It's Trick Nasty. Are you Twitching streaming today? Twitch streaming. I'm not, because I do have a fitness trainer right here. Fitness appointment. But shout out to Trick Nasty with the sponsorships over on Twitch. Shout out to Alton says, Mugga 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 Malo. Yes, indeed. Shout out to Carlos. W says that ninja should have been looking at feet. All right. I think he was.
We're just looking at the booty. We're looking at the breast. We're looking at her neck. We're looking at her feet. We're looking at her.
No, I ain't looking at no feet. Man, ain't nobody looking at no feet.
You're looking at feet?
Yeah.
I'm looking at feet.
Young men, do never put yourself in the older man's shoes. You guys have nothing to lose, so you continue to act recklessly. But if you're a guy worth at least $150,000 a year, which is $1 million over a decade, you cannot roll around like these broke niggas. All right, shout out to DJ B Fit. UPS closing and laying off 220,000 employees could actually work in the favor. As a part-time courier and logistics business owner, it's opened the doors for more contracts and possibly a chance to replace my 9-to-5 income. And he says dating is like buying a PS5. Yes, indeed. The console itself sells at a loss just to get it in your hands. But the real profit comes later from the games and the in-game microtransactions. Same with dating. The upfront might look like a loss, but the real cost adds up over time. That's what dating is. And I'm trying to get men to switch their mentality to when they're dealing with women, they're looking for free women. All right. The less cost. No cost. Guys, there's always a cost. PS5. Is it free? Guys, they sell them all at a loss. Gas stations sell gas at a loss. Show me a gas station that does not have a convenience store and an auto repair shop. Show me a gas station that just sells gas. Right here. The reason why they don't just sell gas is there's not much profit in just selling gas. The profit it is selling you niggas 72-ounce Mountain Dews. Selling y'all niggas $400 tires in an emergency when you get a nail in it. That's where the profit is. Same thing as the PS5 printers. You got to switch your mindset to that in modern dating, because only guys, and specifically black guys, are just looking at it as, I'm going to just find the free women, and they're becoming needles in a haystack. They're becoming needles in a haystack. Restaurants sell food at a loss. They make money on drinks and alcohol, $25 drinks. Nightclubs sell, their whole thing is a loss until they start selling alcohol. Show me a restaurant that doesn't sell alcohol. Show me a restaurant and a nightclub that doesn't sell alcohol. I'll show you a broke nightclub. Same thing with women. It's the same thing, but guys are still arguing about this pay and free. Yeah, these gas stations sell lottery tickets and cigarettes. That's how they make money, the gas station, not selling you gas. Okay? That just gets you to stop there. Everybody going to need to stop and get gas, but you're going to get Twinkies and sunflower seeds and lottery tickets and cigarette and beers. They're going to make money. So same thing with women. Oh, I don't cost. My love don't cost a thing. Okay, get into a relationship with her. She going to eat you alive, bro. Eat you alive. Jones G, most men don't learn the lessons you teach until they're well into their 40s. You bring value and knowledge every day. YNs need this life-saving info. Thanks for all you do, CGA. Respect. Respect. Shout out to you, man. Thank you for being patient on these chats. Man, but man, I'm telling you, in this relationship battle, men are the dummies. It ain't even close. Men are the absolute dumbest in this relationship, gender battle, gender war, whatever you guys call it. Men got the dumbest philosophy going to this day. All right, now, are women just going away scot-free? No, women are manipulative. And they know how to manipulate you ninjas. And they do it every day. So they manipulate you like they're different. I'm different. I'm not like the other girls, and they bat their eyes and paint their face full of makeup. And they come out here and say they're the prize. They say all kind of dumb shit to constantly sell themselves. And you fall for it. You fall for it. And it's all ego. Again, ego is not your amigo. Men's ego gets preyed upon all day long, and women know it. Shout out to Sean, says, my daughter is alphabet. She's a middle school teacher, and like a vampire, she is trying to turn all of her students into alphabet. You don't miss. Okay, telling you, man, it is a very strategic game. Again, men are dumb. What men do is they think force, might, shame, Bible thumping. They think these things are going to change women. They think these things, for some reason, I don't know what it is. Morality, but we're men and we can violently tear these women's apart. That's not gonna, guys, this 70 years later, y'all niggas still getting cooked. Because you won't listen to a man giving you game. You will listen to a guy giving you a shortcut. Meanwhile, women have lived and died for the betterment of the next generation of women. Here, let me hear you again. Let me hear this again, just so you know. Women have lived and died and sacrificed for the betterment of the next generation of women. Men, on the other hand, use bully, shame, morality, Bible thumping tactics to try to benefit themselves today with women. You don't care about the next generation of men. You don't care about the generation of men hundreds of years from now. You only care about what your dick is going to get done, what's going to happen to your dick tonight. That's it. That's it. And that's why y'all losing. That's why y'all constantly trying to grip at these things, and slowly one woman's being consumed by the aura of independence and freedom because your ego got stroked and she put her mouth on your peen. And don't let her have swallowed your kids. Now, the only thing you guys have is that they're going to hit the wall in 25 years. That's all young men hope for. These women going to hit the wall in 25 years. You're going to wait 25 years so you can laugh at these women getting Botox and plastic surgery. Okay, good luck with that strategy. They're going to crawl back if the world collapses. All right, if we get into World War III, they're going to crawl back. You're going to wait till World War III starts. You're going to wait until people start hitting bombs over Baghdad for you to get your comeuppance on women. They're going to get fat as they get older and become a depreciating asset. Hey, this is what men are leaning on. Like, how does that help you out, Ninja? All right, you're going to be still talking to soggy titty women. You're just going to wait till the price comes down so you can get a chance. You're going to wait 26 years until she gains weight and she's got jowls on her chin and wrinkles and crow's feet so you can get her at a cheaper discount. Ninja's waiting for Sharia law, Islam to take over. Like, this is men's strategy today. Meanwhile, somebody gonna raw dog a fat woman tonight. Tonight. The same fat woman that you thought was going to be 20 years at a discount, somebody going to raw dog and skeet in her. He going to pick her soggy titties up from the floor and put them in his mouth. And he's going to have money and be fit. He going to have abs and pecs. Right? And you're going to say, aha, you need us in the end. Somebody going to bend that fat woman over and slap her on her ass, and he going to go raw deep in her guts. Raw ski. And he paid her for a date or paid her outright $250 to hit. Hey. But y'all waiting for this. Y'all waiting for this win where y'all going to come up and hold the line long enough for these women to suffer. I mean, it is what it is. And it's going to be a black nigga with abs, and he going to be driving a sports car or a truck, and he going to skeet in her raw. All right, but you're waiting for her to take an L. Shout out to Kaylin, says, marital rape is a very rare crime, even though women who are married will still think about the sex that they're giving their husband, like this chick did with Shannon. There's no joy or protection for men when it comes to sex nowadays. The lawsuit is truly the new divorce. This is a fact. All right. The lawsuits are the new divorce. So get ready for it, especially if you prepared to be, you want to be rich. H Everyday read an article that a girl 6th grader did a research project on why cats' butthole don't touch the ground. Coach, you batting 1,000. It took 2 years of college for them to turn my daughter against me after 5 years of having custody. If you have kids today and they're in public school, these are not your kids. In fact, the law tells you they're not your kids. These are the state's kids. All right. And they can educate them for as however they want. And let me just ask you, is a public school education free? For you people that try to get through life for free, I think you're losers because you don't see things correctly. Again, there's no such thing as free. There's a high cost of free. There's even a phrase that says there's a price for freedom, right? In order for me to get freedom from whoever oppresses me, there's a price that I have to pay. I have to kill them. I have to fight against them. I have to legally sue them. And then, or I have to wait for someone that fights on my behalf and sacrifices blood, sweat, and tears. There's a price. Now, in public school, is it free? Absolutely not. Number one, taxpayers pay that. They pay that through their real estate tax. Number two, if you don't pay and you choose to not send your kid or homeschool your kid or send your kid to a school that teaches them what you want to teach them, then because it's free and you don't have to pay, they get to decide what they teach to your kid. What will tend to happen is they're probably going to teach opposite of what you taught them as a kid. So they get to indoctrinate them. They get to give them a student ID number. They get to do the school to prison pipeline. They get to not educate them. They get to see them slip through the cracks. They get to do whatever they want with your kids as soon as you drop them off, right, to that free education. So is it free? No. There's a cost. Free and cost are two different words. I didn't pay anything, or I paid a different cost. Right here. All right. Shout out to No Government Name. First time sending a donation. Been watching your streams during my work for 2 to 3 years. The knowledge you provide is like re-downloading the file in my operating system, and it making me make a better sense of my past in reality. After watching your stream on consent, my mouth dropped because of how childish my views may have been. I can't be effing fighting off donations anymore. This man has all the answers. Sway. He says, P.S. I do have locals in the books and the money mindset, so I support in my many other ways. Shout out to you. Thank you for the support and supporting on money mindset and locals as well. All right. But what I'm trying to tell men in this fight, agenda war, is that you have to change your mindset. That's like becoming wealthy. You have to change your mindset. You can't have the same mindset and then still win 2025. You guys are trying to win 2025 with a 1990s mindset. The reason why you can't do that, the number one reason why you can't do that is because every generation of women have a different mindset. They have a different mindset. They have a different operating system that they've been downloaded. They also have shared information. They've actually been able to adapt to previous conditions of women and relationships. So you're still bringing 1990 in to fight against millennials and Gen Z women that have completely adapted and turned into a different version, slightly different version of women. Like, you can't bring that same information in. The women have adapted. Not only have they adapted, they share information and knowledge and wisdom on their own accord on their own platforms. So men don't evolve at all. Y'all still thinking that y'all gonna throw a Bible at these bitches and they gonna start turning into vampires and bats. All right, here's a Bible, and they're gonna read the Bible and go, we were wrong the entire time. Okay. No, they're not. Trust me, they are not. These bitches, they're not gonna see a Bible and say, we need to go back to the Lord. I proved that right here. This is this is one of the richest OnlyFans girl. And she's like, yep, the Lord loves me.
Your sins for anything, and I think that he's happy that I'm successful. I do like a little video call because I'm currently living in Miami, but I used to live in Tampa, and that's like my home church. I love that church so much, and my pastor that is there, I can't listen to another pastor. So
there it is. She in church. Dude, you know how many women I busted wide open that was in church that Sunday? Whether they were a girl that I paid, or a girl that was free. Right here. You think they're going to sit down in church and learn and go, these men need to give us the information that we need to know, bruh? Hell no. Shout out to Kaylin. Shannon might have to have you on his show, coach. Only you can provide men with this truth about male and female dynamics. And if you underestimate me, please understand I haven't missed yet. And I rest on that. I don't miss when it comes to this conversation between men and women because I'm not a hopeful guy. I don't believe in hope. Hope is not a strategy. I don't believe in shame. As you guys know, I'm amoral. I don't believe in really using religion to get people to do things unless you have a sword or a guillotine or a fire. Okay, if you're going to use religion, you better bring a sword. Right? All religions have thrived because they killed people or they burnt their shit up. Now, I'm not telling you to do things because then they will be saying I'm inciting a riot. But if you're going to use religion, you better bring a goddamn guillotine. Okay? That's the only way people learn. Head chopping off. Niggas be like, oh, shit, they serious. Now, I'm not, again, inciting a riot. But you guys think you're just going to throw the word of God at people or Islam or a Quran at some women, and then they just going to be like, okay. Now, all of a sudden, if people start getting their ass whipped, then people learn. Talk shit, get hit. All right, but praying and showing scriptures ain't going to stop these 304s today. It ain't going to stop them, bro. It ain't going to close legs. Scripture will not close legs, gentlemen. Right? But at the end of the day, you guys prophetizing and showing people scriptures and telling people they're going to go to hell will not close these whores' legs. Now, I'm not telling you to do anything, but I'm just saying. All right, anyway. Yeah, they're just trying to talk the women off the ledge. They're just trying to do this. They're trying to be like, we need to talk and have another debate. We need to have another podcast. We need to bring that skeezer doctor, whatever her name, Dr. Cheyenne on, and maybe we could tell her. And then every time these bitches come on the podcast, they be out here digging their heels into the sand. Right? It's like, what have y'all learned, bruh? What have y'all learned, you goofballs? All right, so anyway, men are goofballs. Shout out to the ladies in here. Ladies, if you're in here, I only ask two things of you, actually three. If you're a lady, I'm a fan of ladies. I'm not against women. I don't hate women. I know it sounds like it, but I'm just a logical, pragmatic guy. And I'm getting to these super chats because you guys have been very patient. But ladies, I'm a guy, and I only ask one of three things that you do. Number one, send me a meow. Just meow for CGA and call me daddy. All right. I know that was two. Daddy. I know that was two, but that's actually one. So give me a meow and support and know that I'm a good guy. I'm one of the best guys out here. Number two, the next thing you can do is, if you don't want to do that and identify yourself amongst this primarily male audience, just touch yourself for me. All right. Take your little two fingers like this and touch yourself. All right, that's what you can do. If you don't want to meow in my chat, I know you don't want to do it. Just do like this and touch yourself in the name of CGA. All right.
Okay, daddy.
That's the two things I ask. And the last thing I ask is, if you do have pretty feet, send me a picture on Instagram. That's all I'm going to say right there.
We're just looking at the booty. We're looking at the breast. We're looking at her neck. We're looking at her feet. We're looking at her...
No, I ain't looking at no feet. Man, ain't nobody looking at no feet.
You don't looking at feet? I'm looking at feet.
All right, there you go right there. That's all I ask. Those are the things. I know you're here watching. This is a family show, but, cover your kids' ears. But it is what it is on that. That's all I ask of you, ladies. You know, I know you're in support of me. I know, look, I'm a short, buff guy. All right, so those are the three things. I'm not here to make you mad or trigger you. I trigger more men than women on my show. There's a guy saying, I can't wait till you get false allegated. You see bitch ass niggas nature? You see these guys? The only thing they can do is wait till you get your nigga wake up call. All right, that's all they gonna do. And trust me, it's gonna happen. I'm an international sensation. Ladies love me. It's gonna happen, and I'm gonna be like, shit, fuck I'm gonna do. All right, but anyway, ladies, you got your instructions. Understand that, but we are proceeding with this show. Shout out to our brother Ferrari Khan says, hey, coach, have you done a show on Elon Musk's dad marrying his own stepdaughter that he raised? He says, where does that fall on the spectrum? I've heard about this, but I don't even know how to even process that. That's crazy. That's crazy shit. All right, shout out to Ohinji says you're 100% right on women insecurity. My business failed and I was down bad. Meanwhile, my wife was getting opportunities and in line for a major come up and started moving differently. It never materialized, so she stayed. But I'm done. Just get in my bag to get out of here and become a free agent out here. Shout out to you. Yep. So women want the one thing that they want is security. I understand that. Okay, so if you want to deal with them, they want it. Now, some women will use love in order to get that security. So she'll say, yeah, but I love you. And she gets security. She got what she wanted. She used love to get it. Now, that doesn't mean she wasn't in love with you, but she certainly used love to get that security. I understand that. And that's why I say, Ninja, if you want to pay a woman for give her security, just pay her, nigga. Get the shit out of the way. Get it out of the way, bruh. So that she doesn't have to try to manipulate it in order for you to give it. In order for you to give it to her. Just take the manipulation right off the table. Bitch, what you want? What do you want? All right, I just need my rent paid in my apartment. Okay, here. Now cock your legs up. All right, bend over. Put your face in the pillow. Like, let's get this shit out the way. That's eventually she try to lead you down there anyway. Now, if you don't want to do it, because what women will do is, in order to get security, they'll get pregnant. And they'll use love and let you hit it raw and skeet in there. And then all of a sudden, I'm pregnant. And that's how they get 18 years of security. So dudes call me a trick for just saying, let me just pay the rent. Could she still get pregnant? Sure, certainly. But what you'll do is, if you don't want a trick, you'll get tricked. She'll eventually say, I love you and you're the best. I only love you. And then she'll get pregnant on you. And now she got the security. Now you're on child support, but you're calling a man a trick for paying rent. I guarantee you he'll pay less rent and you'll pay way more child support. Okay? Way more. It's so programmed in there, but you guys will start arguing me. Who's the trick? Who's the trick? You literally got tricked into 18 years of child support off some fucking love. It's like, just get it out of the way. What do the women want? Every woman wants something. Money, energy, attention, and time. What does she want? Oddly enough, she wants all of that. More likely than not, she wants 2 of the 4. What do you want? Put it on the table. Then I can decipher, I can decide. Instead of her leading me down this line and then she gets what she wants and she pulls the rug. Okay, I got what I want, pull the rug. And now you stuck on stupid, wasting 7 years, 10 years, and now she pulls the rug up under your feet. Because she catered to your ego to get what she wanted. I mean, this game is way too easy, but a lot of guys' ego is involved and you think that you're a better man. Guys, let me tell you something. Every single woman that lives in the United States of America has been dicked down by bigger and better dick than you. Every single one of them. And if she hasn't, she will. Now, if your ego is wrapped up between what's between your legs, you're living the wrong life. You're living the wrong life. Every single woman that's been dicked down better than you. They've been loved on better than you. They had their pussy ate better than you. They had back shots better than you. All of that. They had bigger, stronger, better, faster. They had access to richer dudes than you. Do not put your ego up into what you do in that bedroom because it don't matter at the end of the day. And I know this. She said mine's the best. Okay, go ahead and believe that. She has nutted on better dudes. She has ridden dudes' faces better than yours. Trust me, you ain't doing nothing to that woman. So no matter what she tell you up in there, do not believe that. Y'all don't want to believe that shit at all, bro.
Do you have the stomach?
All right, they don't want to believe it. Mr. Troll to you, shout out to UCGA for blessing us with the main event early, fellas. It's going to be more and more important to vet women properly, even for short-term dating. You have to dig through a lot of dirt before you get to the goal. Don't ignore red flags. Don't ignore these red flags. J-Day, women use relationships as their own mirror to learn and experiment about themselves and life in general. Men use relationships for cheap pleasure and therapy. Both genders are just hiding from accountability and think of each other as things and not sentimental things. True amorality. And it's hard for us to look at relationships like this, but explain why a man stays with a woman for 25 years and that woman looks like the stretched out version of herself. All right. Explain that. Love. Explain that. This woman has depreciated so rapidly. She got sunspots, liver spots, moles on her chin with 3 hairs coming out the bitch, 75 to 150 pounds heavier. Why? Why do men do shit like this? Now, I'm not saying you're wrong for doing it, but prove to me why men do shit like this. Is it desperation? Is it scarcity? And this bitch talk cash shit about you. They talk shit about you, disrespect you. They don't give you pussy on time. Some of them cheat on you. And y'all will sit up in there. And the reason why, it goes back to it's cheaper to keep her. It's cheaper to keep her. There's men that are married and telling you to get married, but they wouldn't divorce. They wouldn't come out here in the dating marketplace for one goddamn week. They would get steamrolled. They would get steamrolled in modern dating, but they got married in 1999 or 2006. They haven't dated a woman legitimately in 12, 15, 17, 18 years. So they're comfortable. The woman accepts him for being a bump on a log, a schlub, a ugly, fat-bellied ass nigga. And then accept disrespect. Men do this all the time. They'll be in a relationship with a wife and she ain't fucking them. And he'll stick around. Why? Economics. He gonna get divorced, grape the kingdom come. He has lost leverage. He's scared. He's like, damn, if I'm gonna lose my kids. I'm gonna lose the house. I'm gonna lose everything I worked for 15 years. That's why. So is this love? Or you have loyalty, obligation, you are trained to support your family no matter what. Legacy has nothing to do with love. You're a Christian or a Catholic, nothing to do with love. Yep, economic pressures. You're like, well, if I leave her, I got to support her household and mine. I can't afford that. You stay because of the cost. So it all going to be cost. Cost is going to come into the possibility no matter what. Now you're paying for a woman that you wouldn't even paid for at all. Now this woman is fatter, uglier, older, right? Don't fuck good no more. And then you're going to pay a high cost for her. You're going to pay half her rent, alimony, child support. She might get the house, the $500,000 house you bought. How much did you pay then? You paid a hell of a lot. Where you could roll over here and get a $500 21-year-old girl and pay for her biology books. All right, but you're in love. I mean, come on, explain this shit, bruh. Everything boils down to economics. What is the economics of the situation? Black men get with women for economic reasons only. And this is the reason why, y'all don't mind me riffing today. This is the reason why black community and relationships are terrible. because black men primarily choose women economically. For some reason, paying up front is just a no-go. And then what they'll do is they'll try to find the cheapest woman along the way. To the point, my point, that these guys will then lower their expectations ridiculously, right? So then they'll go after fat women, ugly women, donkey-faced women, women with big butts and ugly faces, older women. They start just pivoting to the lowest hanging fruit they can possibly go to in order to get it for free. Now, here's my question. I'm going to challenge your conventional wisdom on this one. I'm going to challenge your conventional wisdom, because in that community, as adverse as they are to paying for anything, and particularly women and child support and any goddamn thing that is tied down in a store, why do they tell me they prefer a certain type of woman, but they never wife them? I'm going to ask this question again to the Negro community of low quality Negroes. Why do they tell me I like women with fat on the back of their knees? I like women with stretch marks. I like women with saddlebags and cellulite on the ass. I like women with soggy titties. I like BBWs. I like big backs. Okay, I prefer them. They're my preference. I like bitches with varicose veins and tiger stretch marks, and I like women with hair on the back of their neck. I like women with natural hair. I like women with, they will go and tell me all the women they prefer and never marry these bitches. The minute these women become pregnant, they out of there. The minute these women charge them, gone. Somebody explain this. They like fupas. They like all kind of ridiculous things, and women with 3 flat bellies and women with titties on their back. They'll say up and down why they like this. I prefer this. I prefer this. Least likely to marry them. Once they get pregnant, least likely to stick around. It's like, wait a minute. So let's get it straight. You fetishize these women. I like big butt women, big women with big rear ends. Soon as she get pregnant, gone. What you want is access to free punani, and you lower your expectations to women who could possibly give it to you for free. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. This is the only explanation to this. Right? This is why we call these Negroes the bottom feeders of the dating marketplace. You're just looking for access to the cheapest, lowest quality woman that you can possibly get. Older women. I prefer older women. You're just trying to get, it's an economic approach that they're hiding. Because you know a woman that look bad as hell gonna charge you. A woman that's chopped to death gonna charge you. A woman with a great hip to waist ratio gonna charge you. A woman that's young gonna charge you. A woman with big titties and big fat ass gonna charge you. A woman with a pretty face and big titties gonna charge you. A woman with a pretty face and a big ass gonna charge you. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. A woman like that is gonna have competition from other bigger, better, faster, stronger Negroes than yo back black ass. So you don't want to compete. Am I hitting y'all? Am I hitting y'all with the facts? I'm only a truth speaker over here. I only speak the truth. This is why y'all don't go after white women, because they're going to charge you or sue you after the fact. Don't get them white women. Why? They will put your money in danger and your freedom in jeopardy. So you stay over here with these black women who got bulldog faces and big asses and cellulite. So you stay over there. One step above Transformers. Facts. These women look like men in the face, but because their ass is big, she got ass though. Because that's the reason why. It's economics. They're dating comes down to economics. It's always economics that's the first consideration, which it should be. All right. Anyway, look, and they leaving now. They leaving now. And then it comes down, then they want to pimp. So now you see value in her being able to sell herself and you reap the benefits. All right. They don't want to listen, bro. They leaving now. Okay. All right. They leaving. But I'm only a speaker of truth. You cannot debunk any of my theories. Oh my goodness. You cannot debunk any of my theories. And all you have to do is go to Walmart right now. Anybody that wants to debunk my theories, go to Walmart. Go to Walmart right now. Go to Walmart. You're going to see a woman that looks like absolute trailer park trash with 3 kids from 3 different men, a white man, a Latino guy, and a nigga, all in one shopping cart, all with snotty noses. And she will have her feet in sandals, and her bottom of her feet will be cracked and got gangrene on the bottom of the shit. Go to Walmart. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Now take your ass to Target. You'll less likely see this in Target. It'll be less. Now take your ass to a high-end shopping mall. You'll see it almost none with Gucci and Fendi and Prada and Chanel. Go to a high-end mall. You're less likely to see this shit. And then I'll prove my point. My point is proven. Just take a field trip, nigga. Go to a suburban community that houses cost $500,000 to $2 million. Then go to a community that the houses cost less than $500,000, and you will see my point proven. Go to Whole Foods and then go to your local corner store, grocery store. Go to Pick and Save, Piggly Wiggly, Aldi's. Okay, go to a high-end restaurant, Ruth's Chris, and then go to Zaxby's. Go to Zaxby's, you're going to see what I'm talking about. The workers will be in that condition. Then go to Ruth's Chris and see if you see it. You won't see it. Go to Costco, then go to Trader Joe's. You're going to see what I'm talking about. Come on, bro. It's not that hard. It's all economics. It's all economics. You go to Target, it's less likely to be seen there. You go to Walmart, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. The demographics, everything will goddamn switch up. I mean, shout out to the people that have stuck in here. Shout out to everybody. Johnny Las Vegas, hey coach, love the content once again. We have to put these fake lukewarm Christians in their place. They think that God forgives us for the sake of forgiving, when Jesus said, not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter my Father's kingdom, except he who does his will. So you're saying they can't depend on getting into heaven. All right. Shout out to Gary, says, coach, I'm willing to bet that Shannon Sharpe is nothing more than him choking her up as he goes up the midnight tunnel digging for green gold. Women love rough sex. They do. So the question is, how many videos was recorded like this? Because past ones, she loved it. That's true too. I agree. Now, show that to a jury of old white women and old white men. That's the problem. So yes, previously she loved it. And in this situation, she might have set him up. But tell this jury, show the jury the video of your black ass going into a teenage white woman's tunnel of love and then choking her. Now, for me, this is probably definitely shit that I could do this on a daily basis. No problem. But show this 19-year-old woman going into this nigga built like King Kong, running up in here calling her a white devil, blue-eyed white devil, and you mistress slave master bitch doing slave play. Show it to these guys. I mean, do you want to gamble on that? So I agree with you. This probably been doing this for quite a long time. But yeah, bro, all she has to say is no one time. Shout out to NGN. To be fair, if I was a corporate sponsor, anyone who associates with Sharpe, I would remove my sponsorship immediately from them and blacklist them just to protect my brand, especially in relationship to an allegation like SA. So that's going to mean his guests are still going to start backing out for sure. His guests are going to start backing out. Leo says Tony Busby fumbled the bag with Jay-Z. He will not make this mistake with Shannon. Bet on it. I agree with it. It's win or lose. Tony Busby is not falling apart on this. When the Real Fit Style says to say it's a man's world, but I do not think so because any woman can take down any man and destroy him in a matter of seconds. And any woman can set up any man, guys. Any woman. Any man. There was a hotel worker that set up the guy who was going to be running and was the favorite to be the president of France. He went and had sex with her. And she's a hotel room cleaner. Torpedoed his presidency. But he was running against the all right, for anybody that knows, he was running against the New World Order. So then people say, well, she set him up. Again, did the setup matter? This is what guys rest on. Well, she set him up. Like, that's going to stop. Bruh, let's just say in the situation, his name is Dominique Strauss-Kahn, not Farrakhan. Just to tell you guys, this is what guys, I think most men fight from behind. Pause. You guys fight from behind and you guys are using things that don't matter. It's not a part of the conversation. This guy right here. This guy right here, he was going to run for the presidency of France. He never really announced it, but everybody kind of knew it was the scuttlebutt. He was the IMF chief right here. Look at him. Now, the hotel worker was this woman. Again, a woman that achieved nothing in her life can take down a guy and ruin his entire kingdom. So this woman right here, who was said to be someone that worked at a hotel, and she went to clean his room on the day he was checking out, but for whatever reason, he took liberties with her. Now, the reason could have been he thought she was an escort because he admitted he was sleeping with escorts that entire weekend while he was in New York. All right, so he had been already doing this. So as she comes in, he thinks it's just some free pussy. That's what he thought. That's what he thought. Here's another free pussy. I'm going to take liberties with her. I'm a high man. I got wealth, and she's a nobody housekeeper. Who's going to believe her? He says it was consensual sex. She says it was not. She froze. She paralyzed in fear. She feared for her life and all that shit. He busted his nut. He packed his bag. He went to the airport. They dragged his ass off the plane. They dragged his ass off the plane and said, come with me, sir. Now, people say that he was set up. And the people that he possibly was set up by were people who did not want him to be the president and eventually went to a liberal guy. You guys know him as Macron, President Macron. So you know who he's funded by. And he's on the outs. She still to this day says, hey, I wasn't sponsored by anybody. I went in there to clean the room like every other room, and he took liberties with me. Okay, so in that situation, guys still say, oh, he set me up. She set him up. She set him up. She was paid by somebody. Somebody was behind her. Did it matter? Is he the president? No. It still cost him. He was no longer able to pursue that lifelong goal. And now they have President Macron in there.
New world order.
So, again, set up, it doesn't matter. It does not matter, bro. None of that shit matters at the end of the day. That's all just talk. At the end of the day, Shannon Sharpe loses a bag. At the end of the day, he loses his position. At the end of the day, it can happen to CGA, same thing. Same thing, bro. It's all the idea is that you do have to know that it only takes a woman seconds to take you completely down. Seconds. Minutes. That's all it takes. NGM, Bama Sharp, and Bottom G Tate are cooked. He says there's no a masculine frame, game, mouthpiece, or alpha that will protect you from the legal system and the damage to your reputation and livelihood. CGA is trying to save you hard-headed men. Yes, all men pay. I know people hate that. Carlos says, Coach, can you speak on how, if you're doing the nasty stuff, the more gentleman or aftercare you have to do or be? A lot of these Mitches think it's simping. Yeah, because men don't know what simping is. Men say anything you do nice for a woman is simping. That's crazy to me. That's crazy. That is not true. All right. What is simping is the idea is idolizing mediocre punani. But someone idolizing mediocre punani. Okay, now here's the deal. If you put your dick in her, she's no longer mediocre. She's mediocre for me. All right. But to you, you raised her. You now can't say she's worthless. These bitches are worthless. Then you put your dick inside of her. All right. Probably raw. Cut the bullshit. Cut the bullshit, man. You found some value in her enough to get inside of her body. Okay. Now here's the thing. Now, if you then go, all right, what do I have to do to not make this bitch snitch, tattletale on me, come out and, knock at my door, acknowledge me in public? Well, then you're going to have to start having a plan. What is the plan? Okay, what is the plan for this? Because men go into women's body without a plan. We encourage men to be sexually responsible over here. And if you don't practice it, you better start practicing it. What's your plan for when you finish having sex with a woman? You better have a plan. If you think it is to continue to degrade her, tell her she's worthless, and, not provide any safety or security for her, that's not simping, bro. That is reckless behavior. But, of course, a lot of you guys are still young and you deal with little girls like this. Keep playing that game. Right? Keep playing that. Even people who practice BDSM, which is what Shannon Sharpe was practicing, which a lot of you guys will never practice, they even understand that there is a certain element where it has to be turned off. Now, because you guys get partial information from rappers, YouTube personalities, and these likes of people, actors or entertainers, you guys get partial information from them, and they'll tell you masculine frame, keep a bitch in check, and blah, blah, blah. But you don't see behind closed doors. One point of this was one of the people that keeps being mentioned, that I won't say his name because these tater tots get pissed, was that, he tells you that I got bitches in high heels and maid costumes, dusting and washing dishes. And this is a perception that he wants you to believe. However, it was interesting when he got raided. One of the things he talked about was, hey, I have a wife and kid that lives here. That's interesting. Don't you find that interesting? See, I'm a guy that deals with reality. I'll tell you what it is. I thought we had bitches on webcams and high heels and maid costumes, and I thought we were spanking bitches and choking them and pulling hair and degrading bitches and holding masculine frame and pimp slapping these hoes. But now when they start raiding you, you got a wife and kids. That's an example of men getting partial story. I want men to get the full story. So you are nice. You are kissing an intimate partner. You are hugging and kissing. You are raising kids in a household responsibly, and you should be. There's nothing wrong with that. That's not what guys hear. They hear pimp these hoes and slap them up and rough them up and spank them. And this type of thing where I'm saying you're getting partial story. You hear Too Short. You hear Too Short telling you, pimpology and pimp language and lingo, but I can pull up a video of him admitting that he has paid for pussy. Uh-oh. What do we do with this information? My only goal is not to put these guys down. My goal is to tell you as men, you guys are trying to function as these alphas with your elbows poked out, smoking cigars with no goddamn money or a Bugatti or a 911. And you're trying to grow up to constantly believe that you're in a constant state of leverage, that you constantly have to degrade women. And that it is the only conversation you have with them. You debate them. You do all this shit. When these guys debate feminists on their podcast, they be up there acting nice to them when the goddamn podcast ends. They treat them with respect, and rightly so. You never see that part. You only see when they're yelling and screaming at each other on clips. And you think that that's how they constantly act with women all the time, and it is not true. So I'm saying men get bad information. And pimps pay for girls. Yes, they guys. Pimps pay for hookers. This is a hard conversation to have. Ask any working woman. Yeah, they'll sometimes say, yeah, I think I had a guy and I think he was a pimp. But the guy won't say, I'm a pimp and I'm going to pay. What he does is he wants something different. What is he going to go to? A shopping mall and get a girl? No, he's going to go to the Blade where he's hanging out. He's going to go to the strip club and have a beer at 6 a.m. when the hoes get off. And that's one of the ways he knocks hoes. He'll trick on them. He also pays for these women that get fucked by other men. He pays for their entire lifestyle, but with their money.
Do you have the stomach?
I know a pimper in Vegas that bought his hoe a car. Of course, it was with her money, but yes. And they're in a relationship. So it's some of these things that I think men get partial information and they try to replicate this into the world by, I don't have to care for a bitch and I don't have to have aftercare and I don't have to. When you come down from the high of intimacy and you then continue, especially when you're dealing with women, when you come down off the high of intimacy, what you were able to do during that time was fine. She might have liked to be degraded. Some women like to be picked up, maybe choked, spanked, whipped, hair pulled, the whole nine. But try to do that after the fact and put her ass out at 2:30 in the morning waiting for an Uber. Try to do that. Now she's going to have a different interpretation of what happened, and she can remove consent after the fact. Or she can expose you, or whatever it is, or she can keep the cream pie and go home and let it fester until it's pregnant. Now what do you got? Okay? Okay, so it's one of these things that men don't have all the information. All you have is songs and movies and some books and maybe some YouTube personalities jump up here and tell you what it is. But guys, I'm on the dark side. I see what happening out here. I see what happened out here, bro. It is crazy. It is crazy. I knew a pimp because I was dating a girl who was a nail tech. Let's just say that. But a lot of her clientele were strippers. And I believe she probably was a former stripper because I'm like, how you get this type of clientele? All right, but I'm convinced she probably was, and it's Las Vegas. Now, she said this guy was so feminine and emotional about this girl. He tracked her down. He had her location. He busted up in her nail salon. He damaged property. He was so insecure as to where she was. But she was a 304. Now, dude, let me put this together for you men. This woman is a 304. She's his 304. And apparently she brought in big money. But he was so insecure that she was cheating on him that he used to track her down all day. Bitch, I know you cheating on me. I'm like, she has sex for a living with other men. But he was in love with her. And this is what guys have a partial story about gender dynamics. You guys want to follow this pimp and player model, but these men are in love with these girls. That's the sad thing. These men that are so-called pimps love their girls. They actually are their girlfriend. They're their girlfriend. They don't have a wife at home in a suburban neighborhood and taking all the pimp money and supporting his wife and kids. And, you know, I got to go to the office, honey, and pimp hoes. And, all right, bitches, line up in your panties. All right, psh, all slapping all the hoes. You a dirty hoe, and you a dirty hoe. All right, stay in the house. And he locks them in the pimp house, and he goes home to his regular life. Not many guys do that. That's his girlfriend. These are the girlfriends of these guys. They call it lover boy strategy when they engage before they get the girl on a blade, on the webcam. They have to convince them that they're going to be their girlfriend first. And then eventually that relationship, hey, let's make some money. And you might have to turn a couple of tricks. But you guys think that these men run around with canes and shoes and suits and gaudy cars, and they making money hand over fist, peeling back money, and that these girls are just disposable commodities that they hate. It's not true. These niggas be curled up, huddled up, and following Johns and tricks who nutted on these girls' faces, and these guys kiss the same lips that they do. They kiss these girls. What's one of the main reasons why prostitutes don't kiss Johns or tricks? I'm going to drive this point home. What's one of the main reasons, and I'm teaching these young men this, what is one of the main reasons prostitutes or working girls don't kiss their clients? The main reason is because it's intimate, and they reserve that for their boyfriends, who are their pimps. Only they get to kiss the prostitute, the boyfriends. They reserve that for the boyfriend. They're the only ones that get to kiss these women. Who are the boyfriends? The pimps.
Do you have the stomach to watch a girl that you really love? To watch some motherfucker that got more money than you, that's more handsome than you, that's built more better than you, fuck your bitch for a fee? Anybody can fuck my bitch if the price is right. She happy to go get it.
Guys, but they'll suck on this man's balls, his toes, his feet, his member. They'll suck on it, sometimes with a condom or without, but they won't kiss that man. They'll only reserve that for their pimp boyfriend. So that pimp gets to kiss the woman. But that woman got that man to bust in her mouth, the John. And then the Mac comes and kisses that woman on the lips. I'm giving you the full story. I'm giving you the full story. You guys are operating, and don't give me the example of the gorilla pimps and the gangbangers that pimp girls. Okay. I give you the full story and tell you how do you deal with it. Yes, pimps trick on girls. Who do you think they got? Where do you think they get extra girls from? And pimps sleep with girls who sleep with 8 men a day. Y'all don't want to talk about that. But they don't pay. Come on, man. I'm the only one that will bring logic because I have the experience. I know this, and I'm not guessing. We know this. This is facts. I'm only going to speak truth. You guys have a complete misinterpretation on how men need to deal with women, to the point that you believe that you're supposed to exercise your masculinity and power over them the entire time, meaning that they should be shaking in fear. They should be scared of you. They should not feel intimate, and all of these things. Women that deal with men that know how to treat them securely, but also knows how to dominate them that's the perfect line for them. Not just yelling, screaming, bitch, do this and do that. You better cook and clean, and I'm going to keep my pimp hand strong, and I'm going to keep a bitch in check. That ain't going to work for very long. You ain't going to have too many good hoes. You're not going to have too many good ones. Normally, it deals with these men providing aftercare, security, sometimes payment, sometimes some sort of security that backs that up. Anyway, aftercare. That means you care after her. In the BDSM, aftercare. After you spank her with a paddle, you cuddle with her. What do you do when you cuddle with her? You're intimate. You give her security. You pet her. You reassure her. You tell her, I know I called you all kind of dirty names and dirty hoes and bitches and skeezers, and I choked you and I slapped you on the butt. All right, but I must pet you and reassure you that I believe that you're a human being. That's aftercare. And then she goes, okay, I'll be ready tomorrow. And when she gets in her stupor, then he does the same thing. And they agree upon this with a safety word. Then afterwards, you make sure she gets home. You're a good girl. You're my good whore. I'm going to take you shopping. Whatever it is that you have to do. Did you have a good night? Are you safely tucked in bed? Do I need to give you here's a bag of chips. Hoes got to eat too. Here's some food. Y'all want to spend all this time with a woman from noon to 2 in the morning, not feed her, not give her nothing. Don't give her nothing to clean her pussy out. No toilet paper. No ride back home. Nothing. And you think you're going to continue to do this type of reckless behavior without getting caught. I guarantee you, when Shannon Sharpe put it up her Duke shoot, he did not aftercare her. How do we know this? He didn't give her the 50 grand that she asked for. He still said, he probably got up, nutted, got up and dipped. He probably's like, man, and she was like, what about that 50 grand? Here, bitch, here's 10. And he walked out and left her there with a bleeding a-hole. How do we know this? She texted him that. Hey, she didn't say I thought I was getting 50. She said, you came up short. Now I'm going to have to say, you went up my dookie hole with no condom. I don't know how to process this. No aftercare. That's exactly what she meant. You didn't aftercare me. Okay? And now, what do I do with this? How do I process this? And then he said, I'll call you later. I'll call you later. And she was like, now he has to talk her off the ledge. But he's over the phone. He's not there. He didn't reassure her. He didn't pet her hair. He didn't cuddle her. He didn't say, you're a great whore to me, and I'll wish you the best. She wanted a ring. She wanted a baby. She wanted a commitment. He can't say that over the phone. It's too late. I'm trying to give y'all, and she's like, all right, I'm going to have to get some aftercare somehow. So I'm just telling you this as a guy. I know people qualify this as simping, but it is far from it. It is protection. You can also do this to a woman and you don't even mean it. You can do this for a woman and you don't even mean it. You can be like, okay, I'm going to aftercare you. Okay, you're a good whore. All right, good for you. You're my baby. There goes my baby. You can sing her a lullaby. You can give her a gift card. You can give her an envelope full of cash. And you, at the end of the day, you'd be like, I hate this bitch. All right, whatever. All right, your Uber's here. All right, I gave you an Uber Black. All right, get in the car. Did you make it home? I hope you had a good time. I had the best. You don't even need to mean it. You don't even need to mean it. But it's going to go far longer for you than not doing it. Ask Shannon Sharpe. It'll be better for you to do that than to not do it. Ask Shannon Sharpe. So aftercare is not about simping. It's about protecting your six. Let me protect my bag. Let me protect what I worked hard for. Let me protect my car that's parked out in the front of the garage so she don't set that shit on fire. That's the real. And you don't even have to mean it. You don't even have to care for this person. But it's part of the job. It's part of the responsibility as an adult of participating in something that you shouldn't be participating in. Let's just say that. You shouldn't be doing what you're doing, but you guys are lustful, dirty, nasty human beings. So we know this. So now let me give you some tools to protect your shit. Justin says, you ninjas are absolute fools if you think you can go to an American court and win. The last serious win for a black man has even got in court against a white woman was OJ, and he still ended up in jail. These men do not have a clue. You're going to take a white woman to court? Please. All right? You better be over goddamn CCTV. You're going to take a white woman to court on sexual allegations, and you on video. Ninja, I wouldn't even. You know what a simp is? Because people want to know what a simp is. A simp is begging for a woman to be intimate with you. That's simping. That's simping. I'm going to beg for a woman to be intimate. I'm going to fake who I am as a man. And only reason I'm going to do this is to make sure she's intimate with me. That's simping. Being nice to a woman is not simping. All right, you guys got it all wrong. I don't know who told you that shit. Not even the niggas that tell you that shit. Practice that. And we still just have super chats. I see where this show is going. KP says, Guru, please talk about the variety of peace leave for any experienced men like me. I've never been with a fat girl. I paid thousands for a sex doll. He says, the real vagina I've had was okay. I had a condom on. Does all sex with a condom feel the same, or does without condom have a difference? Shout out to you. He's a Gen Z guy. Love you. Interesting. There's a lot to unpack in that. For a lot of guys that tell me they've had sex and they've never had sex without a condom, I just say you simulated sex. All right. So men that tell me they wear one condom, two condoms at all times, and I'm like, you never had condom raw? I mean, you never had sex without a condom? Come on, stop, guys. All right. There's no way you've been intimate with very many women and you've always wore a condom. In fact, many women don't even count condom sex as sex. Now, we want you to protect yourself, but we know the use of condoms is downright in the gutter at this particular point. So there's that. And especially people who are cheating on their partners very rarely use condoms. Fat girls do have good vagina, though. That's the problem with it. But they're like mopeds. You don't want to be seen riding one. So fat women just have a low reputation socially. And thus, doesn't mean they're bad at sex. They can quite be great at sex. It can be quite pleasurable. The problem is it is seen as a low quality woman. And thus, if you are with one, it is going to be a stain on your reputation. All right. So that's the thing. That's the thing about overweight women. All right. It's not that they're bad at sex and they don't have any good sex to offer. All right. But it is the fact that their reputation is going to stain their body's going to stain your reputation. Okay. So that's the deal with them, but it can be quite pleasurable and people might experience that it's quite like riding a waterbed, or their body moves, their soft fat moves in a way that is pleasurable. And it's more pleasurable than, in fact, skinny women. Skinny women typically are going to, you might be better in reputation with them, but once you take them home, they might not perform as better for you, or you might not even be aroused by them because they might look like a 12-year-old boy at the end of the day. So, yeah, they're skinny or somewhat in shape, all right, but their muscle tone might be something that doesn't turn you on. They might be too muscular or too lean in the fat department, or might not have a lot of body. Or it might have pancake booties and raisin titties. So at that point, yeah, she looks fit. She looks better for your reputation. She looks better in a dress. You can get better treatment when you go to a nice restaurant, but you're hitting her pelvis with your pelvis. And her pelvis is digging into your pelvis. And it could be quite uncomfortable, all right? And less pleasurable. All right, so it is, it is true. That's the true relationship between, and some guys say, fuck it, I'm going to just be with a fat woman no matter what. All right. But, it is what it is. I think that was a funny question. Yep. Banging the skeleton. It might not be as pleasurable, or you might not be turned on by A cups. A cups ain't going to get it. You want to see some titties jiggle. All right. And then, therefore, most women who have large breasts are going to be fat. Most women with large breasts are going to be fat. All right, they're going to be characterized by any metric of weight to be fat. BMI, body to hip ratio, fupa in the front. If they got big butt in the back and big titties, they're going to have a big stomach. All right. So the likelihood of them not having a big stomach will put them, you know, at a elite level. Not many women have big breasts and big hips and big butt that don't have a stomach to go with it. So in that case, you're going to be grinding against stomach more than likely. And they're going to be characterized by any metric of fitness as fat or obese. No matter what. I don't care if it's your preference or what. So, but that's just currently in current times. In past times or future times, it could be completely different. But if you want big boobs, they're going to be often attached to a woman whose boobs kind of somewhat run to the back of their shirt too. All right, so they'll have small titties on the back, pretty much probably smaller titties than the flat-chested women y'all banging on the back of their back. So it's hard to get a big-breasted woman that is not considered fat. She's going to have fat arms, and she's going to have fat backs and a flap, at least a roll or two, or she's going to at least probably have had kids or titties on the back of her dress, and a fupa. That's a 90%, 98% chance that that comes with it. All right, anyway. All right, anyway, there's a very long message here, but it's a support. It's a sponsorship. Wig says, you had to fight in family court, spending $70K to get 50-50 custody, no child support. It was approved by the judge in the divorce settlement. Shortly after that, the wife conspired with my 19-year-old daughter to say I sexually assaulted her. Ugh. This was directly after she moved my son out of state. This bypassed my parentage because the criminal court bypasses family court. Next 2 years, I spent 4 years in jail, 12 months on house arrest, and over $180K fighting for my freedom. You're a licensed contractor, and I lost so much. You're recovering now. My business is slowly growing. It's not where I was in 2021, but I'm slowly getting my feet together. You can't be a licensed contractor in Maryland with a felony. And you might not be able to have a state's contract because you're back on child support. Women will ruin your legacy and ruin your name. Most people don't have family that will be in your corner. These ninjas don't want nothing to do with court. You are guilty until proven innocent. Listen to this man right here. Do not go that route. Stop fighting your battles in these courts, man. Do what you need to do to not get in court. And if a woman just puts you as a target, well, nigga, be ready to fight, bro, because it is ugly. Shout out to you, man. Thank you for sharing your story for these men that are watching today. Because it's a mess out here, guys. The courts are not your friends. All right. It is not a place to be as a man, and certainly an African-American man. Because you can get torn up out here. Shout out to our brother William Reed in the building. Says, coach him up, coach, straight science. And I just gave you stuff that you cannot disprove. Eric P says, remember when I was talking about false alligators? Yes. Shout out to our brother Ralphus. Says, Coach, Shay needs an intensive counseling session. He needs to come around my way. But you know, a lot of celebrities will listen to me, but they won't really listen to me. They won't do it. False allegations are possible for any man. And somebody said right here, why don't poor men go through this? Why don't broke men go through this? Why do I hear only women targeting rich men? That's false. Poor men go through this all the time. Pookies go through this all the time. Men that are married or divorcing their wife go through this all the time. The problem is it's never a front page story. It's never something that you're going to click on. And we had 3,800 people in here. You don't care about the guy that has that. It's not front page news. It happens all the time. These niggas go to jail like this all the time. They don't have money for a lawyer, so they get a public defender. Case fucking closed. They throw his ass in prison, and he in there for 35 years, and you never hear his goddamn name. They throw him in prison when the charge is levied. Then he can't afford a lawyer. Neither can his family. Then he goes to trial with a public defender. The trial lasts 3 days and his ass stays in the goddamn pokey. And you didn't hear shit. You didn't hear him say, fight it in the court of public opinion. None of that shit. So this is why we use celebrity. This is why they didn't say, hey, look at Bill over here. He got a false allegation from an OnlyFans girl. You wouldn't care. But because it's Shannon Sharpe and there's $50 million on the line, you care. And you think only women do these allegations against men that are famous and rich. Not so. They do them against college students all the time, whether true or false. College men get this all the time, and they're broke, okay? They're broke. And you then wait for a DNA. Look how many men get released because DNA exonerated them 30 years ago. DNA case, false allegation. Let me see here. 61% of 103 DNA exonerees were wrongfully convicted for murder. They have false confessions involved in the case. Let me put rape. Got a guy right here. Innocence, freedom. Here's a brokey. Here's a pookie right here, guys. Let's see here. There's a broke guy right there. Okay. There's a brokey. Does he look rich? He don't look rich to me. He got the same goddamn treatment. Innocence Project client Dean Cage served nearly 12 years in Illinois prison and 2 years in jail awaiting trial before he was released and exonerated due to DNA evidence that he didn't commit a 94 gRape for which he was serving 40 years in prison. Does he look rich? Does he look rich? You don't care about him. Nobody cares. So if I said the title of this stream, Dean Cage fumbles the bag, he fumbled the bag, and I went through his case by case, and I said, well, Dean might be guilty. Nobody would care. That's the point I'm making. Okay, most of you guys wouldn't be Shannon Sharpe walking outside, jumping on a goddamn podcast after these claims. None of you. You would be in the jail. He was in jail for 2 years awaiting trial. And you think you're going to get time to put your case together and roll that shit out in the court of public opinion? He awaited trial for 2 years. That means he wasn't seeing the light of day. He wasn't seeing the light of day to even express how his case was going to go. Then they convicted his ass, probably had a goddamn public defender. They put his ass 12 years in bars, behind bars, and they gave him 40 years. Okay? So this happens to broke guys all the time. We just don't care about guys like this. We only care about when it's the famous guys. There she is. Was it a money grab? Was it a setup? What was it now? None of that matters. 40 years in prison. Okay?
Gotcha, bitch.
Was it a white girl? Well, I bet you it was a white girl. Let me see here. Was it a white girl? 15-year-old Chicago girl. She missed the school bus to high school. She walked to the subway. It was dark outside. She noticed an African-American man, so probably a white girl. Black leather jacket. Right there, and a hat with snaps. Okay, you can't tell if it was a white girl, but it was probably a white girl, so you shouldn't be messing with these white girls. This nigga wasn't probably nowhere around the scene, but he needed DNA evidence. His profile didn't match the DNA. Jesus, come on, guys. Come on, guys. And he was just minding his own goddamn business. All right, so it's not just the celebrities that deal with this. You can easily get got. And then y'all trying to put it on me. Well, it's going to happen to you too. Well, nigga, it can happen to you. Like, come on, bruh. We trying to prevent this. We're trying to get men to understand that. Kevin Sullivan says, Coach, did you see Skylar Diggins put her husband on notice at a press conference? She dropped Smith from her name and is just going by Diggins again. Interesting. Well, I don't want to out people, but I'm not going to out her. All right. But what I would say is don't be surprised if she shows up with a woman. All right. That's all I'm going to say. Don't be surprised if she shows up with a whole PE teacher as a girlfriend and marries her. And they have a baby together. All right. That's all I'm going to say on that. Jay Billa, Coach, you are one of a kind. Appreciate your effort you have put forth every day. Those who want to be helped will listen to your message. Those who don't listen will get left behind. Much love, Coach. Shout out to Jay Billa. NGN, either you're tricked or get tricked. He said, this is a blue chip for all men. When are you going on the Joe Rogan podcast to enlighten the normies? I'm too dangerous for you. I'm the most dangerous podcast out here. So I'll never be mainstream. RMS, Coach, a police officer told me that a major basketball university, when Kaylee parents find out that they're doing monkey double backflips on the black players, they change their stories real quick. That's historical. That's historical. Guys, you can just anticipate that if you're a black guy and you're messing with a white woman and you're a certain type of black guy, that if you get caught and she's kept you a secret from her family and friends, and she's a suburban white girl who's not supposed to marry a black guy, and you can get charged on that. You can get charged on that. But that's historical in America. That goes back to the plantations. Certainly down to Reconstruction and Jim Crow. That is racially historical in the United States. All right. But it's just a certain type of white woman. If it's a mud shark, something like that, you probably doesn't matter. But if it's a rural white woman or from the rural area or a highly suburban white woman, yeah, she could get a charge. And so a lot of these guys, women in general, have used sexual allegations against men when they get caught doing nasty stuff. All right. So that's historical across the board. And certainly when race is considered, you got to anticipate that. You got to anticipate that going in with women for sure. Mitty says, nice job shedding light on the pimp game. Yes, indeed. Coach Daffy Duck says Shay Shay threw his whole kingdom under the bus for a basic Becky, Coach. Coach, yesterday's stream was very serious. My Mitch ass couldn't handle it. The bonobo comment from TFM reminded me that I've been waiting for a change too long. But you're right. It's time to move on from Red Pill Rage. It's time to boss up.
Better boss up, nigga.
Time to boss up. Red Pill Rage, as much as people, I came from the Red Pill and grew through the space. I'm somewhat an elder of the space. I call myself the king of kings in the space. But I see this space stuck. This space has got stuck. And it's stuck in a sense that you guys are trying to bring the old time back. Right? That's all I hear as some sort of remedies. And now it's stuck in this content because the content creators want to get views. So obviously what they're going to do is give you rage bait. They're going to give you rage bait. Now, for people who were here before 2021, much of the content was not rage bait. Although, listen, like my thumbnail says it's over. That's rage baity. Shannon Sharpe could go to prison. That's rage baity. That is interesting. That's thought-provoking. What is he going to say? That's going to get people in. What I see from content creators is this person destroyed feminist. That's going to be rage bait. It's going to be rage bait completely out of context, and it's going to cater to that particular group, all right, of people who want to see feminists destroyed. OnlyFans model, dumb OnlyFans model looks retarded saying this. That's just rage bait. And the reason why is rage bait is because, now I'm not a, content creators do as you please. Pop the balloon. Pop the balloon is just going to be rage bait. these women turned down a doctor. All right. That's rage bait. That's going to be like, see, these bitches ain't shit. So what it boils down to is that content didn't really get pushed prior to 2020 as a majority of the content being pushed in this space. Much of the content prior to 2020 had to do with dating, paying for dates, divorce, child support, woman divorces man, good guys finish last. Much of the content was that. It wasn't like, look at this dumb bitch talking on TikTok saying stupid shit. It wasn't really that type of content, which was the majority of the content. It really wasn't that. It was like OnlyFans is going to destroy the fabric of relationships in America. That was the content prior to 2020. Okay. So then it was more instructional. It was men giving their experience with their wives, their girlfriends. This girl monkey branched on me. I'm a poor guy from Cleveland smoking cigarettes in the basement, and this woman left me for a guy that has a taxi business. That's what you would normally hear. Then men would bring in the evolutionary psychology related to why women do stuff like this. Like, this was more of the content. I got divorce gRape. A pickup artist might say, this is why you need game. Like, that's what the content was before 2020, certainly before 2021. Now, we do have a lot more content creators that have come into the space. Welcome. But what they're doing is OnlyFans girl. These women turned down the doctor on Pop the Balloon. Look at this guy roasting the feminist. This OnlyFans chick says she wants to get married. She's delusional. Like, that's what I see. Am I right or wrong on this one? That's what I've been seeing mostly since 2022. And it's primarily that. TikTok girl says the dumbest thing. That's normally what I see. And then when the video comes on, there's no teaching. There's no lesson. But in the red pill before that, there were lessons. There was like a story and a build-up and oh, wow, and this is how you overcome that. This is how I overcame this. This is how I got this girl. This is how I got laid. This is what I did. This was the tactic. This is the evolutionary strategy around it. This is what the bonobos do. There was like a teaching lesson to the content. Okay? Where today, it's no teaching. We just gonna see women do stupid shit. They say stupid things. She's delusional. Feminism fucked these women up. Like, there's no historical context provided. And I'm going, to me, that's uncomfortable, right? Because I'm associated with this space where nobody seems to have a solution behind their videos. Now, I have a solution. My solution is, what's the solution? Okay, I got free agent lifestyle. Everybody had like a solution. This is my solution. This is my book. This is my course. This is my frame. Everybody had like a call to action at the end of the video. So what's my call to action? I suggest you go MGTOW. I suggest you go free agent. I suggest you get your passport. I suggest there was always a call to action. Now, then you will find some content creators that don't have any call to action. It's just a stupid bitch. Right? Sorry, I muted myself. All right, it's just like this.
You see that? That's a stupid bitch.
And if you might feel that I do the same thing, that is oddly questionable, because I will give you a theory. Marriage will. All men pay. Right? Pay on the front end, pay on the back end. I literally have theory after theory after theory, logic, graphs, moons, stars, quasars. I will have a whole thing that leads you to this. All right, this is why you go to the JUCO. This is why you don't. This is the risk. This is the assessment. This is the reward. This is what you get. This is what you expect. The bait and switch. The free agent lifestyle. I literally will take you through options that you can pick from to avoid said video. Any other content creators have the same thing. But I then see just rage bait. Yep, men are in love, women are in business. The hope strategy. I literally have all these things that you could just pick from to be like, all right, I see this video, he's relating it to this talking point. Money, energy, attention, and time. Okay? And all of them line up perfectly. They're never going to contradict each other. They're going to line up perfectly. But then what happens is, in order to get the views, you got to do the, I'm going to just take TikTok video and play that over and over again. To this point, for a little while, people would just play TikTok videos. Who remembers this? Press 1 in the chat. Press 1 in the chat. And I've still avoided that. Yep, no strag policy. Dude, to the point for a little while, people were making mad money stringing TikTok videos back to back to back to back. They wouldn't even appear in the video. Who remembers that? Press 1 if you remember that. That's what I'm talking about. The content creator would barely appear in the video. They would just string TikToks. One after the next, after the next, after the next, after the next. I mean, and you would see this, and I'm not going to call people out. 11 minutes of TikTok delusional women. Boom, 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 boom. That's rage bait. That would be the perfect example of rage bait. Now, what I do is I'll take a video, play it, make it comical, but I'll always try to bring it around. See, this is why I tell you blah, blah, blah. I'll take one video, react, and I'll give you the talking point related to that. Okay. Now, what happened was, why do you see less of that? It's because those videos start not making money. All right. But at the time, they made a lot of money. The content creator could just edit in the middle of the night, slap that up there, and they could make $500 from that video. They can make $1,000 from that video, maybe $2,000 from that video, and they would just post that all the time. It was a quick money grab. Today, you're not getting people to click on those as much. So now the content creator got to go back to work. All right. Or you'll see them stop making content altogether because maybe they have another job and they don't have time. That was a quick fix to keep that channel going and auto playing. Anyway, that has become problematic in the space that now people look for that type of content. I'm going to look for where women look as dumb as they can possibly look so that I can feel smarter on them and think the world's falling. And so, yeah, then when they have to do is they go, okay, what's CGA doing? All right, let me see what he's doing. All right. And by the time my stream is done, they've already reacted to a video that I reacted to that morning. And by the time I get off after 4 hours, they now put out the same video. They've cut that shit and edited and put their voice on it, provided 10 minutes, and now they have the thumbnail and everything set. And my stream ends and their video starts. It happens. But we are all kind of getting the same videos anyway, so it is what it is. Coach Daffy Duck, shout out to you. And I think I got everybody, but I'll go back one more time. We didn't even get to the main. I mean, we did get to the main event, but we got some other stuff that we'll share tonight that you guys will find great. Shout out to JC, says, big lips, big nose, braids. He did it. Lock him up. All right, take his ass to jail. Yep. There is bias in the court, guys. There is bias in the court, and as a black man, I wouldn't even go in there for a parking ticket, nigga. I wouldn't even go to court for a parking ticket. You know what I do when I get a ticket in Las Vegas? You know what I do? I get a lawyer. I'll pay a lawyer. There's lawyers that right here that have a ticket. I paid a lawyer to go to court for me. It's like, nigga, I ain't going to no goddamn court. All right, the only court I was made go into was the family court, and I hated it. But if I ever get a traffic violation here, I go straight to an attorney. I go to the attorney, and then I pay him a couple hundo or a couple 50 spot, a 75. I give him the ticket. He send me an email back on court date or prior. It has been played down to a whatever it is, a moving violation, driving 55 and a 20, whatever it is. And I'll be like, good. And they'd be like, pay this amount. It was reduced to this. Pay that amount. Good. I ain't never going to goddamn court. All right. Unless I have to under a subpoena. I'm always trying to get up out of going that because there's too much bias there. You got to fight way too much bullshit to run up in there thinking you have an advantage. We got last one, JC, NGN. As a Gen Z, I remember coming across RP due to hashtag #MeToo and the Mike Pence rule in 2016. TFM, Aaron Clary. Then I came across you in 2018. You three give honest, practical advice to men in admitting that all men pay for women and predicting the future. That's another thing that I do. I'll predict the future. I'll be like, this is going to happen. This is going to happen. There's not many people that do that. That's why I always separate myself from the pack. Most people just telling you, just reacting to what they're seeing. And shout out to them. But that's what this space has become because other people who want to make money and produce content, they see that gets more views. But I'm like, I'll predict where we're going to be in 5 years, 8 years, and I'll be right on the button. And then as people become more popular, they want to become mainstream. All right, they'll grow out of the red pill and say, okay, I'm going to promote marriage. Right? When you hear me promoting marriage as a solution, I do believe marriage is good. Not in America, though. When you start hearing me promote marriage, it's about rap. It's a rap. It's a rap for me. It's a rap for everybody. I've jumped the shark. All right, I've pivoted. If I'm promoting men, just get married. See, get married, that's the solution to everything. Once I do that, then I know you know it's cooked. All right, the red pill is officially dead. It's been dead, but the red pill is dead when I start saying, yeah. And it will be over. But I know when a person has really lost their goddamn mind as a man when they're promoting that you just go get married. Like, just go get married. Shannon Sharpe should have got married. He should have got an old soggy broad. He should not be out here having fun in fornication. He certainly should be dealing with white women. As soon as I hear that, I'm like, these men have lost the plot. So black women don't sue men. Okay, tell me about, what's this new Ray Rice? Was this woman white or black? What about Zion Williamson? See, black people, for some reason, I don't know what it is with black people, but for some reason, their lives could be going to the shitter with black women. But then when a white woman does something to them, they would be like, y'all need to stop dating these snow bunnies. See, these white women gonna do, okay, let me get this goddamn straight. Black women won't drag your ass to court. Black women don't be out here putting false allegations on you. They don't be out here extorting you for money. Like what? Like where? How do y'all do that? They don't burn down your house, black women. They don't put y'all niggas on child support. They don't be in domestic violence court faking that you beat them up. Like, how do y'all jump from white women are the evil, never date them? Okay, y'all supposed to date nobody because black women certainly are doing these to celebrities. They're extorting them from. What happened to Anthony Edwards? Like, where y'all get this from? They were all black women. Remy Ma, Brittany Renner. It's like, wait a minute. How do y'all jump from I'm staying away from these white girls because they'll put a case on you? Like, wait, I'm sorry. I be confused as hell. Like, how? Mike Tyson, Tupac, all black women. Black women have a big history of throwing y'all asses under the bus and putting you in jail and getting you lynched. Like, I like, look, and you guys know I'm biased on that, but it is mind-boggling that people will jump to that real quick. Well, that's what he get for messing with them white chicks. I'm like, black women be putting niggas in jail all the time. Brian Banks, black girl. Meg Thee Stallion, Tory Lanez, black girl. Amon Shumpert, black girl. Like, where do you get that black women are a safe harbor for niggas? Like, I don't get that at all. Like, that to me, I don't understand what people are doing there. All right, International Quiet Storm said, that's a fact. I've been in this space since 2017. I saw the shift, exactly what you just said, and you predicted this in 2018. In 2019, in your book, I refuse to consume content unless there's a solution to the problem, or at least offered. Graduated from Red Pill Rage in 2019, and now you're in the free agent lifestyle. For life. Yeah, man. So I just say, to me, all women are just as dangerous in America. To men who don't understand what they can do. Shout out to the International Quiet Storm. Shout out to y'all. Let's get up out of here. It's been a great show. Thank you for listening, and thank you for the people that were here. Hope you learned something. Hit the subscribe button. I'm going to go work out in the gym. All right. Peace.
Better boss up, nigga.